Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christopher Nier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Canna Bear, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
The last video 16 hours ago, I couldn't stand it. I heard it for a couple of minutes. I had to switch it off. So ridiculous. He's ignoring the answers that have been given to him. According to him, he put the question on the table. It hasn't been answered yet, which is how is the Earth measured flat? So he's ignoring all the answers.
Yeah, we had Ed Bear the other day come on and try and twist our standard of evidence in terms of, well, for that example, I suppose it'd be Polaris measurement, which has been put to him, and tried to juxtapose it with me going out on a boat with my sister because she happened to do celestial navigation. It's like, no, that's not the standard. I'm not saying trust me and what I've seen my sister do. I'm saying the process involves measuring a flat Earth. But they don't want to hear it. They want to turn it into something else, to poo-poo it. And I don't think it takes much intelligence to figure out when people are being disingenuous like that. As in, certainly any of our audience will know that we've told them because they've seen them being told, right?
Mic check.
Hello.
Hey, Nathan, did you see the video that Brian wanted to go over in Master B?
No, but I'm sure we can go over it.
Oh, you're going to get a kick out of this. They all got together. They're running scared. They're making videos, and they're trying to say how Nikon is behind the conspiracy of Flat Earth.
What? Okay, yeah,
Yep, you got Planet Walk, you got Slice Markane, you got Mictune.
Actually, I heard about that
Sure
Nikon, they're going to stop the P1000 because of flat earthers. They're getting too many crazy things. I heard about that.
Yeah, they have a partnership with NASA
Is it
now.
April Fool's joke?
So NASA bought it. It could be.
It might be an April Fool's joke. That's what we were thinking.
Yeah, but coming back to the conversation, if you don't mind, the 60 nautical miles per degree is of the co-altitude angle. What I'm saying is, from it starts at 90 degree Polaris just above your head, and as you move away from Polaris, 1 degree, so now you have 89 degrees to Polaris. The co-altitude angle is at 10 miles.
Yeah, minus from
1
90.
degree.
You minus it from
Correct.
90 and then times it by 60.
It doesn't start from, when they say 1 degree, 60 nautical miles, referring as starting from 0, it's not like that. It starts from 90.
Yeah, you're getting the co-altitude. So the altitude angle minus from 90 gives you the co-altitude. And then you times that by 60 to give you the ground distance.
Correct. And the co-altitude angle, again, the baseline cannot be curved.
Am I picking up on what you're putting down here? Are you saying that the process of acquisition of co-altitude, which must be done to give you 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, you're doing it based on the co-altitude. Therefore,
Exactly.
it's another step that affirms that you can't be doing this spherically.
Exactly, because the 1 degree is from the co-altitude angle. It's
Right.
60 nautical miles on 1 degree is the
I
box.
gotcha. That's genius. So what you're saying is if you're trying to infer in any way curve angles or angles from hell or anything like that, it still won't function when you minus from 90, because what you're actually doing is you're reversing the triangle. If it was a square, in other words, where there's a 90 on the triangle you're measuring, right, your altitude angle. If you imagine that 90 is at all 4 points and it's dissected by your angle, that's your co-altitude angle, right? The 90 degrees completely the opposite end of that square, if that makes sense. But if you've got anything spherical in that
Exactly.
process, it won't work. The co-altitude must run parallel with the sky and ground. To get the ground distance, you need the co-altitude. To get the co-altitude, you need the ground to be flat. So it's another step that affirms that this must be done flat, measured flat.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'd never really thought about it. It's just part of the process, isn't it? You get in the second triangle. Once you accept that the first triangle is measured off a flat plane, it's kind of that's the end of the argument for me. But you're right. Co-altitude is
But
just as big an affirmation of the flat Earth we're measuring as the altitude angle is. It just doubles down
And
on it,
we,
doesn't it?
exactly. And if we're talking about Polaris in this case, yeah, the co-altitude angle gives you the distance, but the angle gives you the opposition, the latitude.
Right.
But you'll need the co-altitude.
No, I'm just agreeing. George.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't know, a few hours before I was talking with Bev, and we were having the same conversation, right? Between horizontal and vertical and all these things. And I came to this thing that I was telling him that, because he was keep telling me that all his datum, it was on vertical. And so I came to a point, I'm telling him that your vertical needs horizontal to function. And if you're going to say I am 10 meters above or below or 15, whatever numbers you're going to put there, you need that horizontal 0 to start your elevation. And he was keep going on, yes, but it's elevation angle, but you cannot have the elevation angle without establishing first the horizontal. So the horizontal, it's kind of coming more important, or first the step before you are deciding the vertical. And then he tells me, yes, but I have a plumb. A plumb. I said, okay, but that plumb, even for you to know that is straight and vertical, you need that horizontal plane to compare it to.
Yeah, 90
Before
degrees
you're
to it.
taking your measurement. Yes. So the horizontal I can have without the vertical, but to have the vertical kind of, I
Yeah.
need to have the horizontal. So
Yeah,
flat
it's
Earth
worse than that.
is always
It's worse than
before.
that.
The next step
It,
he
it,
takes it to, Bev, in that instance, would be to say that, no, it's just a point. The horizontal's just a point on my
Yes,
vertical datum.
yes, and even
yeah, he agrees that it's level and horizontal, but not flat because there's elevation change. So not level then. It's moronic, what he says.
yeah, I went with Elder Bear as well. Even Elder Bear told me one time I was telling him about measurement. He said, "Yeah, now I am hiking. and I am looking around. All I see is hills and valleys. I said, okay, can you point the furthest hill that you see from where you are? And he said, yes, I'm pointing it. Okay, if you're going to
Yeah, but
measure that,
if there is hills and
what
valleys,
you
cannot be
are
level
going to
like
Hold on,
use?
George.
plains.
Hold on.
He said,
Let's hear the story. Go ahead.
and I told him what you are going to use. He said, theodolite. I said, okay, how do you use the theodolite? He said, I don't know. I said, I don't know it too. What else can we do? He said, oh, we have to get horizontal and level. I said, okay. So if I call that horizontal uh, and level, if I give a description that is flat, is it wrong? He said, no, but it's not that. And then he started to his circle jerking around and going away because he realized that he said, no, it's okay because flat and horizontal and level, they are synonymous. And he realized that and he goes, no, 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 but and Bev was doing the same thing today. And like, okay, I agree with you that what are you saying? Everything on the vertical datum. But your vertical datum to have 1 plus or minus 1 needs to have that horizontal plane. And he goes around and around. And I told him, sorry, man, I used to listen to you, but I cannot tolerate you anymore. I don't know what you're playing. Sorry, I took too much time.
No, not at all. I mean, you're not the first person to have said it to me. There's been many people that have come here and said the same thing. They've gone, they've listened to Bev, and then at some point they figure out that he's disingenuous and he's bracing against something that's self-evident in this instance. And you're like, what? Why are you doing this? So you ask him, you don't get the answers you want, and then you go, right, I'm going to turn my back on you. Because what other option do you have? Do you want to convince Bev of something that he's gone through in previous months and years as self-evident? Because suddenly we're decrying, specifically flat earth debate decrying, that it's measured flat. Now, in years gone by with other flat earthers, they'd go to the railway lines and go, look, they tell you how it's measured flat. And that was no problem. The moment we start pointing it out with global evidence, here's how the globe is measured flat, suddenly everybody, including flat earthers, is bracing against us. Now, I don't know why. In some instances, I think it's because they're, I don't want to say jealous, but maybe embarrassed that they hadn't figured out this very obvious fact sooner. Yeah, it's just measured flat. It's too obvious to have not noticed yourself previously, so just brace against it, because, well, it can't be true if I haven't figured it out. A bit like flat earth in the first instance with the first group of us that came to the subject. But, you know, why people want to brace against it at this early stage, fine. They've braced against absolutely everything we've ever said. When it was flat earthers saying we see too far with respect to a globe, then fine. The moment QE comes along and says we see further than the math says, suddenly it's a problem. When he puts it into an actual logical consistency, everyone's got a problem with it. No one wants to use it. They want to say it's bad, flawed. Like, all right, we've all been babbling on for 5 years at that particular time, or 6 years at that particular time, about how we see too far, and everyone's hunky-dory with it. QE, like I say, puts it into logical consistency. Now it's a big problem. Like, oh, God, people just want low standards.
Tell me wrong. Everything I learned is from this platform. Yeah, it's like I gave up of flat Earth long time ago, and then I came back. I was long time ago into it, and then but now I see. I'm learning from you guys, you and Kiwi and all the panel and everybody that yeah, it's there. It's very simple. Why you are trying to resist it? Why it's very hard to you to say that he was not going. Me and Sasha we were trying with Bev today, and just to tell him that you need a sea level to measure everything all the latitude from. Me went some way, Sasha went another way. In the end, he said, yes, we need the sea level. And then it was, yes, but in England, the mean sea level is different. It's all from New Zealand. Okay. But if you're saying the United Kingdom, the sea level is not the same, but they take 1 point. So why you are refuting that in the whole world there is different sea levels, ocean levels, or whatever you want to call levels, and they took the mean and they made it one level, which is the zero, to start from there. And then because I'm a diver, I just got this tonight. Man, I use a diving computer which tells me how deep I am going in under the water. But the same computer, uh, it does the calculation if I am high in altitude, for example, 1,000 or 2,000 feet high or meters up, and there is a lake I want to dive in. So the water pressure is not the same when I was on the sea level. So all the computers, they are made either in China, in France, in England, in US, and in Japan, wherever they are made, all of them, they use the same mean sea level. Doesn't matter where I use that diving computer, it will show me always the same mean sea level. I bought, for example, mine, it was made in China, in Chinese sea level. If the sea level was wrong and I'm diving in Africa or in America, I might get killed. I might die because of the water pressure. So it cannot work if it's not the same sea level. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like,
I mean,
from 2000.
I completely agree. It's a great example. It's not one I'd thought of prior. But hold on a second. My wife's just making me coffee. Yeah,
I'm not saying it's the best one, but it's something that it's a instrument that is made to work everywhere in the world. Doesn't matter where you are. It's the same instrument that is calculating the same mean sea level and is telling you how high you are from that and how low you are from that. So it's like better than the, I don't know, compass, because the compass always shows north. But this diving computer, it was always show you the mean sea level that they agreed upon. Because if you use that computer and you have a diving accident with that, you can sue them, right? So they have to be accurate. So I cannot sell you something that works in Europe and doesn't work in Thailand or in the other sea because it's different altitude, different level. Or it's this mean sea level is not that mean sea level. It can cost my life. So all these stupid things that they are saying between different sea levels, it cannot exist because these computers, they are all made to work in all sea levels, not only one kind of sea level or British sea levels or English sea level. Probably you can have your own small local calculation, but in if we take the world, the earth, it's all one calculation, one sea level. That's why all these computers, they are made on millions of divers, they use them. I mean, people, they could die if it's calculated wrong. You know what I mean? And I just figured out today, because when I was talking to Dave, I was like, man, I use that thing everywhere. I use it in the Red Sea, which is in Asia, in Africa. I use it in Thailand. I use it in Indonesia. I use it in the Middle East. I use it in Hawaii. The same computer, and they give me the same altitude, the same depth, the same up. Even when I go up to the mountain and I have it, they tell me how high I am from the sea level.
That's the mean.
Yeah, it's the mean. So it's the international mean, not the English mean or the African mean. It's the international mean.
It's just so
There is,
silly.
it
It's like
must be
saying,
something.
well, the averages come from lots of different values. Yeah, yeah, they're different around the UK at different places. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yes, but we have the mean.
Yeah,
and he
that's how we get the
and
average
he
in
was
that.
trying to tell me, and he was trying to put me in this thing that explain what means mean. And I'm like, what is your zero to start to with? Tell me. Zero. What is the zero? That's the mean. Whatever you agreed. No, the zero is not mean. Okay, what is the mean then? It's above the zero or the minus from the zero? No, it's the mean. What is it that means? That means the mean, the zero. From there, you take the up and down. Doesn't matter if I am in England and I say the Everest is 8,300, 400 miles up, meters up. And it's the same if I am in Africa. It's the same if I'm in America. If I want to say it in feet, it's the same everywhere. It's the base because it's the same. It's one mean sea level. But you know, I think the other day yesterday I think you were saying that yeah, they are trying to attack. Yeah, they are trying to attack your show, man. It's like they want us, not only you, even 24/7 as well, and even in the politics 24/7, because this is where I see they are coming to fight us with like ridiculous things that doesn't have any basis. It's, and Bev the other day did another stupid thing. I don't, another time we talk about it. And it's like crazy why you were doing this. It's like, oh, because something said Flatsy and he started to attack Flatsy. Why you are attacking? Oh, somebody told her. Who told her? He wants to know who told her. So he was trying to find out. Oh, did the Nathan or Kiwi said something like that, which was not whatever she said anyway. He just brought it, and I was a little bit sorry, but it was too late for me. I was kind of sleeping, and nobody from the politics saw that and defended the Flatsy, and instead they said, yeah, if she said that, it was wrong, but she didn't say that. But anyway, that's another story. We come back for that
I
some other
think
day.
moving forward, we've just got to chill out with it. I mean, like with past experience, because we've seen people bracing against arguments that are now steadfast across many, many different communities of flat Earth. Just know that this is going to be another one a bit like that. We're just going to end up having to deal with the people who are naysayers.
Yes, you said it's just like he wants to say no, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know what his motivation. I cannot know that, but it's it it's something that they don't wanna give up. I always say probably it can be a few things, right? Not many things. It must be something like monetary things that they are making money out of it, or it's something that they are hypnotized and they don't, they cannot see it. It's like you're in a hypnotism and you cannot see it if that exists. Or they are liars. It's just like they are completely liars. And most of them, they are. I think they are liars. Like Matthew, Scott McKee, or so all these Brenda. I don't know. There is so many of them. I mean, I watched most of your shows, and I see how changes happened. And these guys, they come back just like to hang on something. Please, I don't want to release this ball. Like, please, Mama, I love this ball. I don't want to release it. It's like a childhood trauma or something. I don't know. I mean, it's shame. Like, how
Pretty
come
pathetic,
Brenda,
right?
man? Yes, Brenda, man. She's been there. She's been there all these years. Jim Panda, uh, Grimm. Oh, he came back again the other day on politics. He's still going on about his. Uh, he used to go always about the one of the I forget the
Well, they still think
equinox,
the horizon is Earth curve.
not the equinox,
They know it's not.
not the equinox, not the equinox. The other one, Grimm. He used to always say, "Oh, if you don't understand the not the equinox, the other one, you don't know what is reality." And now he's still the same subject, the same thing. Then, but it must be something that is keeping them there. It cannot be. I mean, how can you be so dumb that not understanding?
Yeah, Nathan gave
Impossible.
me good advice. He said, "Who cares?"
I know, I know, I know. I know we don't care, but you see, when you see your brother drowning, you're like kind of want to give a hand. But then he
Yeah,
says,
is he your?
"No, I can't
Hold
do
on. You
that."
said an important word. You said your brother.
No, wait.
Is he your brother?
Yes, what? You're not my brother? Everybody is my brother. We are all the son of the same God,
I
right?
don't see it that way.
Okay. But we are all from the same Adam and Eve, right? Brothers,
Well, I
sisters.
come from a
Doesn't
Christian
matter.
point of view
Doesn't matter. Okay.
that to them that
Okay.
believe on.
Okay.
Let
Okay.
Neil
I don't want
respond. Hold
to
on,
argue.
otherwise I can't hear both of you. Just let Neil respond. Go ahead, Neil.
I come from the Christian view where it says, as many believed on his name, which is Jesus, to them he gave power to become the sons and daughters of God. So to me, according to scripture, we're all creation of God, but you're not a son and daughter until you accept his way. And if you're a
Okay, Neil.
heliocentrist, staunch heliocentrist like they are, they're not my brother.
No, Neil, when we're going to talk about God, it's completely different, yeah? Is there anything created outside of God?
I didn't get that. What'd you say?
Is there anything created outside of God?
No, but I just said we're all God's creation, but you're not a
Okay.
son and a daughter
Yes.
until you accept
Okay.
his way, which is through the son. So you said he's my brother. No, he's a fellow creation, but to me, he's not my brother.
Okay. Okay. Now we are disagreeing on words, on expressions. We are all
Right, but I did say I'm coming in the
sons and
Christian
daughters.
view. I told you that first.
Doesn't matter Christian or view. God is doesn't have Christian, Islam or anything. God is God, right? You are God's creation. We all are God's creation. Now we put
That's
difference
what I
between
told
us.
you. You're not listening to me. That's what I told you. I'm coming from the Christian biblical point of view that it says in the Bible.
Okay.
And in the Bible, it doesn't have us all as brothers. As many as believed on his name, then he gives them power to become the sons and the daughters of God. Until that, you're just the creation of God.
Yes.
That's my
Okay.
point.
I'm very happy to be creation of God, and I don't want to be anything else anyway. Being creation of God,
I'd rather be a
it's
son.
it's up to you what you want to be. But if doesn't God created you, you could not even be anything else. What as long as I am God's creation, I am happy.
Not me. I want to be a son. I want the sonship.
Yeah, okay. I like the moon though.
What'd you
You
say?
can be
You like the
sun.
what?
Moon.
He said, I like the moon. I said, I'd rather be a son. I like the sonship
Yes,
title.
I like the moon. I like the moon shift title.
Well,
No,
are
actually, I
you
like the
Muslim?
moon. I love the.
Just curious.
No, the moon is beautiful, man. It's the same as the sun.
Yeah, I love the
They are
moon
all
too. I
near.
said, are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim.
Oh, okay.
I'm just God's creation. You see, I don't
so is
need to
a blade
take
of
any.
grass.
No, yes, of course. Do you disagree that blade of grass is not God's creation?
God created everything. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Yes, you can have compassion for your fellow man, but how long are you going to stay in there? They don't want to hear it. They closed their ears and said, la, 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 la. They want to stay on the ball.
Yes,
Let them stay in the
and
ball. Less stress when you stay
man,
away from you. I don't go
you
to
know,
Gen Pandas anymore.
they
Less stress.
they they crucified Jesus, man, and he said, God, forgive them because they don't know what they do. You see, he
Who crucified
even
Jesus?
let them. Doesn't matter whoever was. Even he said, doesn't matter whoever it was. I forgive them because they are killing me. He forgave them.
Yeah, he was speaking to a certain sect of people there that he came in to reveal
Yeah,
himself to, and they rejected
not
him.
to you.
He
Yes,
was
not. He
speaking
was
to
not
the
talking to you,
religious
right?
leaders. He was
He was
speaking
not
to the
talking to
religious
you.
leaders, those that put him on the
Yep.
cross. He was asking the
So
Father
not
to
to you.
forgive them, for they have no idea what they're doing. But in the same breath, he said, if I had not have come, then they would have had a covering for their sin. But now that I have came and they've rejected me, they have no covering.
But he
You can't just
forgave
take parts of scripture. You
whoever.
can't just take parts of scripture out of context. You got to be in context.
Why context? He forgave the guy who put the
I'm not
sword
going
in
through it
his
again.
heart.
I already went through it once. I'm done. I'm not going to go through it again.
Don't forgive. And I know your character. You are the one that always wants to stand up. Like Peter, I want to fight
No, I
for you,
went through it.
Jesus.
I'm saying to you, I went through it already once. Why am I going to go through it twice? I told you who he was speaking to.
How do you know? He was not speaking to you then? Why you listening
Because
to
if you
him?
read it in context, if you read the Bible in
Why you are
context,
not?
you know
If he
exactly
was
who he
not,
was speaking to.
if he
Forget it.
was
I'm
not
not going to
talking to you,
get it.
was he, Neil? Was his Jesus's word was for all humanity or not? All humanity, no
Of course,
description,
his words are for all
no.
humanity, but was all humanity at the cross? Was all humanity in Jerusalem at the time when he was Crucified? No, there wasn't. He was crucified under Pontius Pilate because the Jews would not do it on their own. The Pharisees put him there. They claimed that he made himself one with God.
You see, you're
So
taking the
when he's on
story,
the
but
cross
you're not
convulsing
taking the
with pain,
message.
and he says, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," he's talking about the religious leaders that put him up there.
Yep.
End the story.
You took, yes, you took the whole road to the cross, but you didn't take the message. You took the whole story, but you didn't take the message of Jesus, which was love your enemy as you love yourself. Love your, like he loved his killers.
You're taking that out of context too, because I'll show you there's a
Yes,
certain way to pray for your
yes,
enemies. But you're not ready for
yes.
that.
Because,
Let's just hear him out, Neil.
Go read Psalm 35 and then come back to me. See how David prayed for his enemies. See how David called for the angel of the Lord to chase them.
you see, there is something. If you're going to believe to Jesus, you cannot believe to Moses, because Moses has the law of eye to eye,
That's not true.
teeth
Hey,
to
you're
teeth.
wrong. I'm not going to, listen, change the subject because this is a flat earth debate, and I'm not going to go into the Mosaic law
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
Jesus
I
because
agree
you
with you. I
just said
agree
it's
with you.
contrary when it's not. It goes hand in hand.
I agree.
The Old Testament
I
is the
agree.
New Testament concealed. The New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. You have to know that. If you don't know that, then I'm wasting my breath. But let's move on.
Yes, yes. Let's move on. I'm sorry.
So you're not going to adopt the "forgive thy baller, for you know not what you do" approach, Neil?
Oh, I do, but if you're going to tell me about that, you got to understand what he was saying at the time. He was speaking to certain people that put him up there. That's who he was asking for forgiveness for.
Right? Did Jesus not teach of the Good Samaritan?
They're in a different context there. He brought up at the cross when Jesus said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." That's a specific thing he was talking about there. Of course,
Okay.
you forgive those. And
Okay.
of course you have Samaritans, but they're not my brother. Of course, humanity,
Okay. Okay.
you reach out. If you can help somebody, you help somebody. But he's not my brother.
Okay, Neil. What was Jesus's biggest, strongest message?
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your strength, and your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself.
Mhm. Yep. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Who is thy neighbor? He goes on to say, who is thy neighbor? Who is thy neighbor? Those that do the will of God. So you want to go Bible for Bible with me? You won't win.
No, 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 no. I want to go to the message. I don't want to go to you see,
See, everybody wants to go to the message, but they don't want to listen to what the messenger was saying. That's the problem. Because
no,
Jesus
you
is
see,
either has to be Lord of all or not at all. There's a
no,
godship.
I
There's a
am
giving
all
over of yourself to the authority of Jesus, and then you change.
I am completely with Jesus, but you see, in Jesus' teaching, I never saw one place that he was advocating of violence except when he went to the temple and saw what's happening in his father's under his
When did you
father's
hear me
name,
say anything
which
about
was they were
violence?
using.
When have I
There
promoted
was
violence? You heard me promote violence?
what?
When have I promoted violence?
No, no, I'm not saying you, man. I'm not saying you. But I'm saying in the Bible, during the Moses and all the other the Bible era, there was a lot of violence that's happening. Jesus had, you see, all that was preparation for Jesus to come. But when Jesus came, all that old Bible was gone. That law doesn't mean anything anymore. Eye to eye doesn't mean anything anymore. The he killed your brother, you have to kill his brother doesn't mean anymore, because Jesus brought a new message. That's why he was the Messiah, to change the whole instruction. That's why it was not only for the Jewish, the people that was chosen for Jesus to be born from it, but not for it. It was for everybody.
Yeah, who said it wasn't? Of course it was. Because of
Yes,
their rejection, we have become a
yeah.
people.
But we don't have to carry the Old Testament with us anymore, because the Jesus teaching already covered. It's like, when we talk about gravity, uh, Newton, Einstein already preceded Newton. So Jesus came and already finished the rest of it, because Jesus came and gave us the real way to walk towards God, which was
Yeah, but
love,
he didn't
forgiveness,
abolish them. He
respect.
fulfilled them. Hold on. He didn't abolish the law.
Yes,
The law was fulfilled.
but
The law was fulfilled in him.
his message
Okay,
was
and he gives us,
love,
hold
respect.
on. He gives us two commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your strength, and your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Everything hinges
Yes,
on those two. So everything else,
yes. You don't,
how can you murder if you love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your strength, and your mind, and your neighbor as yourself? How can you covet? How can you do any of these things?
yeah, yes, you're right. Now he put everything in his message. He, he took all the Bible, all that things, put them into three words and two sentences that you said. Respect your God and love your neighbor as you love yourself. Doesn't matter who is your neighbor, black, Muslim, Hindu, Indian, whatever
No,
it
no,
is.
no, 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 no. You didn't listen to me before. Those that do the will of God are your neighbor. Now, are you going to tell me
No.
a Muslim is doing the will of God? I say no. I don't have them
Oh,
as my brother.
wait. Do you think anything can happen in the world without the permission of God? Do you? God, even Jesus said, there is no hair will drop from your head without the permission of the Father.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by Neil and Refracted Curvature, who's joining right in the middle of my intro, together with a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going? Oh, well, I'm pleased to hear it. We've been warmed up with a very Christian discussion in the pre-show, which isn't necessarily conducive with the Flat Earth debate. But nevertheless, it was enjoyable. Neil got his teeth in. How are you, John? Let's just do a quick sound check.
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm very well indeed. Let's do a housekeeping question. Do you want to do the honors, John?
No, I don't.
Oh, with your new question. Oh, I'll ask a different question then. Fair enough. Any evidence of the distance to the sun? I'm going to ask it. Any evidence?
Did you say distance to the sun?
I did.
No, there's no evidence. There's no way we could even. How can we get there? Maybe one day, because it's not impossible for man. But as of now, just what the school books tell you. 93 million miles away.
Any evidence that the stars have
Well,
geometry?
you're going to need a flat plane if you're going to claim any distances to the sun.
Yeah, you will. It won't be accurate. Even if you use an inferred R value taken from the flat plane to say that you've got a spherical distance based on Kepler and Huygens, it still won't be accurate. It won't give you an actual distance. We can't get an actual distance even with Keplerian motion, because Keplerian motion doesn't give you anything other than the scale that you can slide up or down or put any values you like. You at some stage have to assume one of the sizes of one of the stars, and we do it with Venus. Huygens assumed it was the same size as Earth. That's why it's called Earth's twin. So therefore, at best, the heliocentric model, taken from flat plane measurements, only infers a distance. It doesn't measure one.
How did he come to that assumption? You mean to tell me he just looked at Venus and he said, wow, that's about as big as Earth? Are you kidding me?
It's described in the documentation that Anthony Riley showed me as his ingenious assumption. So it says, Huygens made an ingenious assumption. And then it goes on to detail, obviously, Venus being the same size as Earth. But yeah, it's just an assumption by his own admission. He just assumes, by pure fiat, that Venus has the same radial spherical value as Earth when measured flat to give you Polaris minimums on a flat plane, to say that's a spherical R value, and we'll give that to Venus.
Yeah, but somebody told me, but it all works. Yeah, he may have assumed it, but look how it all works. But that was all back engineered, correct?
Yeah, from flat Earth measurements. The sphere
Yeah,
itself.
look how it all works on a flat plane. Yay.
Exactly. When they say it works, it's like, okay, so you're saying that by measuring the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, deriving a spherical radial value, and putting it into a Keplerian orbital motion, and then taking the orbital motion and inferring that in said motion you have a scalable distance because of a assumed radial value for a light in the sky we call Venus, and it all works. Well done to that flat plane measurement that started the process off then, if you say it's working. Now, we understand why it doesn't, but it's not just a failure for them. If you want to infer that we're taking flat plane measurements to come to orbital motion, which we are, then it's a failure for flat Earth too. The flat Earth measurement of Polaris minimums doesn't get you to a distance to the values for the sky lights. It just doesn't do that. Even if you put it into a heliocentric motion, it still requires the same assumption. So it's as much our flat Earth failure, because the heliocentric models derive from a flat plane measurement of an Earth that's flat that we actually measure. So it's their failure and our failure, if you want to look at it in that way. But when it's their success, well, it's our success too, because it's come from flat plane measurements, your heliocentric world. You might not realise that. Share the show. Let people know this is the most cutting edge information there can be. It's the most simplistic, probably why we've got people bracing against it. How's Earth actually measured? For 10 years, people have been looking at things like the railways and going, look, it's measured flat. Look at this surveyor talking about how it's measured flat, but apologising for why it's not globe-shaped. Where the focus then lies. About their apologies? Nah, let's focus on the first part. They measure it flat. Yeah, they do. That's how it's dealt with. Mapped, navigated, built on. So that is what the world is. Don't need to go beyond that and start recognising their apologetics for why we wouldn't deal with it sphere-shaped, how it's easier to deal with it flat, but only because we know it's globe-shaped, Those sort of nonsensical asides that they have after the fact they declare that Earth's measured flat by their own recognition, focus on that. We did it 10 years ago. Now we can do it again. But we don't have to, as I say, pay attention to their apologetics anymore. Keep your apologetics. Keep your belief. Tell them that it's a belief when they give you their apologetics after measuring it flat. Yeah, you're entitled to your belief. Measured flat, but you believe it's a sphere because they say so in this documentation. They show you how it's measured flat and how the measurements work, but they declare that it's just a small area, therefore they wouldn't take the sphere Earth into account. It's like, so where's your evidence for the sphere then? There isn't one beyond your belief. But what we've got in terms of physical proof here is flat Earth measurements. So that's where people should be taking it, sharing this show, because we're the ones doing that. And it's a surprise in a way that the closer to the cutting edge you get, the more simplistic your actual arguments become, the more simple the world actually becomes. It becomes less complicated. Now, you've got to dredge through the nonsense of heliocentric mathematics and assertions to finally realise the origins are in a flat plane, to realise that most of the transitions from what people do in the world versus what they say should be done because it's not quite spherical enough for you to take into account. You need to recognise, as I say, the first part. What are we actually doing? How do we actually deal with Earth? And that's all that matters, because those are the evidentiary-based claims within their apologetics. So take their evidence and throw it right back at them, and then highlight their belief when they tell you it's only because it's a small area, it's just so big it's flat. Well, that's measured flat, my friend. So big is your belief.
Yeah, to measure is to know. That's how it translates.
Yeah, we know it's flat. And I don't know, I'm a bit aside from the people bracing against us, and I'm going to go with it's because of its simplicity. Yeah, people don't like it because it seems like it's almost an embarrassment to the people who don't get it. Would you not agree? You're like, what do you mean measured flat? That sounds wrong. That's too good to be true. That can't be right.
No, it's not just simplicity, Nathan. There's other things involved. There's pride. There's the fact that maybe they didn't come up with it. There's a lot of things.
Those are the same thing. Not coming up with it is not recognizing it sooner. When some of these people might have made videos going back years that talk about an example. I gave it earlier with the railways because that's the example that I used back 10 years ago. You can go and check. I point out the railways. I go and point out how high I am in the middle of the England bit that I'm in at about 250 feet above sea level. I'm like, there's no elevation change between me and the sea, which is 170 miles away. I'm right in the middle, about as far away from the coast as I can be. This tree, called the Midland Oak, that's just down the road from me, marks the centre of England. Like, as far away from the coast as you can be. And I'm only 250 feet. Like, there you go. There's your Earth's measured with respect to a horizontal plane of reference in 2024. 10 years ago, I'm only 250 feet above sea level. Not recognising the strength of what I was actually saying. And in that video, I referred to how the rail network is measured out and plotted and built on flat. And if there isn't any bits that are flat, i.e. there's a hill in the way, they blast their way through it, tunnel way through it, or work their way around it. Because they need a certain slope gradient for the trains to work. So when they're actually dealing with measuring it out and laying down all the tracks, they're measuring Earth flat. I just didn't say it in that way 10 years ago. Now, the fact that, like I say, there's been plenty of examples since, and obviously, as time progresses, we think, how can I overcome this, what seems like a perfectly unreasonable explanation from somebody who says I shouldn't be saying it's flat and measured as such, because of the phraseology being hashtag flat Earth, or measured flat, or whatever it is they object to over the years that we've been putting out these hashtags. Black Swan, no different. Elevation angle measurements, no different. Science proving things, no different. Everything's been braced against to eventually being accepted as, well, that's obvious. Well, that's just a given. With the science argument, that is how it is now. What, 8 years later? 7 years later? People will put that argument, when they understand it, into the mix, and it will be braced against by the opponents who know what's coming now. What do you mean, what's my independent variable? Oh, what are you, QE? Yeah, so you're familiar with this, are you? Yeah, you are. That's because it will never change in terms of its strength, validity, and how much work has gone into it as an argument. from us. I'm not going to shy away from the credit that is absolutely stopping here when it comes to these arguments. Now, Earth being measured flat is no different to elevation angle measurements, black swan, science, proving things. You name them, they've all been braced against. Would we not all agree that we've seen that right through to the acceptance stage where people realise that, yeah, that's just a bloody good argument and wins consistently?
Sorry to disturb you, Nathan. When I spoke to you in Earth Awakenings, I asked you about the horizon, whether it was apparent or geometric, and you said that you'd never said it and called me a liar, and asked for a timestamp. Well, I dropped the timestamp in Discord. Maybe something get that to you. You can
Yeah, sure.
see
I'll
where
play it now if you want.
did say apparent. Okay, thank you.
So you're saying you found me misspeaking about a redundant term?
Good job. You said you never said it and called me a liar.
No, that's not what I did. I asked you to prove it.
You did say it.
No, I asked you to prove it.
No, you didn't.
Did I ask
Go
you
and
to get a
listen back to
timestamp for it?
I got thrown out.
So when I actually called you a liar, you've actually done what I actually asked you to do, which was to go and prove that, so I could, if necessary, admit that it was a misspeak and using of a redundant term. That's what I actually said. Now, if I hadn't have said that, why would you feel the need to have actually gone away and fulfilled my demand of you proving it, which I haven't heard yet, by the way?
Because you called me a liar publicly, that's why. And so you've only just released it, so that's where I found.
So you said it was on my show, did you not?
Yeah.
So it wasn't on my show, it was on a different show, it was on Earth Awakenings.
No. So you told me I was a liar on Earth Awakenings.
You are a liar. Who cares? Nobody gives a crap about you, Edebear. Meanwhile, if I've used a redundant term that you can actually show me using, that is to say, saying the apparent position where the sky meets the ground, that's the horizon, then so what? I used a redundant term. What of it?
Well, you said that I was lying, that you'd said.
So I'll just say it again. Nobody gives a crap about me asking you to actually stand by your argument at the time, which was to say that there's an apparent position, which is redundant. That was pointed out to you at the time also.
Well, it kind of hinges on the point that what I've heard is that the globe can't get an angle from a refracted horizon, but you can.
No. If you refract the horizon,
interests me.
If you refract the horizon, it no longer represents a position on the ground, does it?
It's not geometric.
So it doesn't. Just a simple yes will do. If it's refracted, it no longer represents a position on the ground, does it?
If it's apparent, it's not geometric.
Just need a yes or no. It's a closed question. Third attempt. If it's refracted, it doesn't represent a position on the ground. Correct?
In the globe claim, yes.
Right. Latitude is an angle with respect to the horizon with a mariner's sextant that represents a position on the ground called latitude. You've been told about it many times. Latitude isn't and cannot be a refracted horizon circumstance. It's a measurement with respect to positions on the ground. That's what latitude is. Refracted horizons annihilates the use of latitude positions with respect to a measurement that takes the horizon as a horizontal plane of reference, not a refracted bent line.
Yeah, I was just seeking clarification.
Well, I'm glad you got it from me. They can't refract positions that are with respect to latitude lines that are respect to the ground, because it's not on the ground. If it's refracted, as you understand. I'm glad you've got clarity. Nothing but the best arguments here.
It just means that the horizon...
It doesn't mean anything. It just means that it's not a refracted position on the ground if it's on the globe, and it needs to be on the ground. Latitude's on the ground. Something you had a struggle with understanding and accepting, Edebear. Meanwhile, this position with respect to an elevation angle is with respect to the ground. Not if it's a refracted bent line, it ain't. Refracted positions aren't on the ground. Latitude is. That means they're screwed.
Well, that's true if it's apparent also, eh?
No, it's not on the ground. If it's apparent, if it's refracted, it's the position that you establish your horizontal baseline with. And that will be with respect to the positions on the ground in latitude. Second time's a charm.
Well, if the globe has a refracted, non-geometric horizon...
Then it's not a point on the ground for latitude. Fourth time's a charm.
And neither is the apparent horizon in the...
Yes, so they're buggered because they've got a refracted horizon. Me, I don't say anything about whether it's refracted, apparent, it makes no difference. If I've used a redundant term, it's incorporated into the definition. The apparent meaning you can see it. juncture between ground and sky. That is used to establish horizontal and latitude, not if it's refracted. Fifth time.
Well, that's okay. I mean, you might say it's redundant, but the point was you said it, and you said that I was lying when I said you.
No, the point is that we prove latitude, and their rebuttal is refracted horizons. That failed, and now it's back to whether or not you, a nobody gives a toss about, was accused of being a liar when I asked you to substantiate your claims about a redundant term so I could clarify and apologise for my use of a redundant term, which is what I actually asked you to do. You've gone away and got it. I still haven't actually had it posted to me in Skype so I can have a listen to it. If you're expecting an apology, nah. Me using a redundant term isn't worthy of an apology when the discussion point is about refracted positions that aren't representative of the ground for the globe. That's the actual flat Earth debate argument. Not about whether you've been wronged, because nobody cares.
No, I wasn't here seeking an apology. I mean,
You were here seeking an apology. You mentioned it 4 times, which makes me think that you were feeling very hard done by. And I've just gone, nah, I don't care. Meanwhile, refracted positions aren't latitude positions on the ground. Very strong flat Earth winning argument that can be done and is done with respect to the ground with latitude on a flat Earth, and cannot be done if you've got a refracted horizon as they have with Black Swan rebuttals. So they lose, we win, Earth's measured flat for latitude.
Well,
I guess
also
I'll
the
leave it.
definition of
I'll leave it to
horizon
the
that you
audience to
used on the
decide.
sea has surface level in it. It's where surface level appears to meet the sky. There's no
I'm
level on
not
a
talking about
globe.
that. I'm not. I'm just saying
You
that
blabbing through
in
it,
neither
John.
cases are they geometric. But you claim you have it, and it's not geometric.
So we didn't define it. When you asked me last time, I said I don't know how the navigators would define it. Have you gone and asked them? That was something else I told you to go and do.
No, I listened to you.
Oh, right, well, maybe you
Where's
could toddle
surface
along and do as you're told, like you did when I told you to get a quote. It seems you prioritise whether or not you've been wronged over proving whether or not mariners would call the horizon anything that you attach to the word. You want to attach geometric to it. I said, I think they just call it the horizon in the navigation books that measure Earth flat. Here's an example on screen. It would be acquired with a tool called a mariner sextant, somewhere along this flat baseline to the GP, for navigation. Now, in their books where this has come from, I just think they call it the horizon, Edinburgh. I've told you that 5 times, and said if you really need clarity about what mariners would describe the horizon as, when I'm telling you they just call it the horizon, then you should go and find that out. You didn't. You sought out a quote, didn't you?
I got it from you. It was your.
Yeah, you're more infatuated with me than the arguments. I know. That was my point.
And QE. I mean, you.
Yeah, you're infatuated with me and QE where we lay down the arguments. You are infatuated with us as individuals, not our arguments that you couldn't give a toss about. You just want to brace against us. It's pathetic.
You claim to have the knowledge, so that's why.
Yeah, no, the arguments are the knowledge, which you can verify for yourself if you choose to, but you ignore them when we tell you latitude, for example. Here it is in the argument winning against refracted horizons, but you braced against it. Why? Well, because you're infatuated with me and QE and you want to brace against us as individuals, not the arguments.
The argument
That's like a
was it's
walking
apparent,
ad
not
hom. Are you a walking ad hom?
It's apparent, not geometric. That's all I needed to clarify.
That's back to seeming like you're about the argument. Now, the apparent/geometric is an argument the globe has used so they can refract the horizon, overcome with a latitude rebuttal. But we're back into the argument now. It's not just about your quote and me and QE and what we're disseminating as the information as individuals. Now it's back to the argument. Refracted, geometric, it's just called the horizon in navigation. It's used to establish and measure Earth as a flat plane. That's what it's utilised for. Fact. No trust in Nathan required. You can go and check for yourself on screen now. It's all that's been flashing up since this discussion began. Elevation angle measurements from the navigation books that describe the horizon as the horizon when they measure Earth flat with it. That's what they do with it. And that's what's on screen now. From the navigation books that you haven't looked at. You're only interested in individuals. That's it. Weak-minded man. Shout out to
You
Crockett.
gave me the information.
Shout out to Crockett. Says, Danny shakes, it's a live show.
The individual giving me the information, so I'm just.
So go and validate the information, not me, the individual. That's been the 3rd time I've told you.
Yeah, you validated it. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. You call me a liar, though.
Did he just chat it through a super chat?
Yeah,
Did he just speak through a super chat? No respect.
Never mind, Neil. I know you
The
whip Armin's, you replaced
surface
Armin as the whipping boy.
So
or
now he wants to
surface
talk about
level.
Arwin. He's only here to talk about individuals. He's not here to talk about the arguments. When he does talk about the arguments, is the horizon geometric or refracted for them on the globe? Yeah, because that's where that argument stems from. And we overcome it with latitude. It was the same overcome that we put to you multiple times and you didn't acknowledge. No, that's not a flat earth proof. No, we have points on a datum. Right? That was your rebuttal. Garbage.
Also, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So yeah, the horizon is horizontal.
Well done. That's okay. I know now it was
Yeah,
apparent, not geometric. That's fine. Thank you.
Apparent redundant. The fact that you found a soundbite where I make a redundant misspeak isn't important to the argument, but Ed de Bear needs to make it about me, not about establishment of horizontal baselines with the horizon, not about elevation angle measurements to Polaris for latitude, not about refracted horizons not giving you latitude on the ground. It's not about any of those things for Ed de Bear. It's about him being wronged and a personal attack on me and a misspeak when I say the apparent horizon. Or what, the apparent position where the sky meets the ground? Yeah, it's just a redundant misspeak. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the argument, when using this tool on screen now, a Mariner sextant with a horizon mirror, it's got a horizon mirror to establish it as flat to level the tool with. And that's precisely what it's using. Oh, right, the globers have got to refract that position that represents the ground in latitude. Yeah, they have. It's very unfortunate for them. It's a loser for them. So what? Oh, what, you called me a
and
liar? All right. Fascinating.
it also doesn't help them because level is a horizontal plane. The horizon is where surface level or sea level appear to meet the sky. It forms a horizontal. That the Globers don't have a seat at this argument. That stops them from refracting a point below surface level. But it doesn't make sense. Why are you arguing for them, Edibar?
No reply. Who cares? Let's move on to a video. So, I don't know if this has been released as an April Fool's joke. It was summarized earlier in terms of what was the context, but I understood it actually sounded like an April Fool's joke. Hopefully this is the one that you were talking about. On Another Level, the truth seen through a different lens, 2024 documentary. Is that the correct video, first and all?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, let's sound check it and I'll do the usual YouTube stuff, asking you to share it and such.
Millions of innocent people have been scammed by one major corporation. Gullible people easily fooled, easily brainwashed. They all believe it.
This is a stereotyping fallacy immediately. Now, we're going to take this at face value, and I'm going to disclaim this straight off the bat, right? If any of the individuals in this video come back and say, ha ha, it was an April Fool's joke, I've got a little saying for you, which is many a true word spoken in jest. Often people will disseminate their true feelings through what is perceived to be sarcasm or humour. So if this is an April Fool's joke, I will still take what they say at face value for the disclaimed reasons I just gave. Does anybody want to give a preamble to this? If not, I'm going to do the sharing bit. No? Okay. So, as is the case with anybody that we cover on this channel, I would encourage the currently 75 people watching in my live stream audience to actually go to this YouTube videographer's channel and let them know specifically at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. It doesn't matter large or small YouTuber, the idea is the same for each. If we are to, as we are now, sharing in the algorithmic love by directing more viewers to this videographer, the hope would be that if he were to make a response, or she, or whoever the videographer is, were to make a response, they would put a link to our video as a courtesy when responding. In the meantime, please let this videographer know. As you can see, it's going by in the live stream chat right now. The link to their video, that is. Leave them a nice comment. Help them in the algorithm by letting them know that I've sent you to them. So at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
They all buy it. But why? For the money, of course. For the greed.
I have made a discovery.
Oh crap, what the? Well, I don't know what the heck happened there, but I barely touched this thing. I reckon it must have some severe anti-tampering mechanisms.
They're losing their narrative. They are in trouble, and they are losing their grip.
What is this about?
You gotta play it a little more.
Okay, we're already a minute in and I don't even know what's going on.
It's not a coincidence, people. Wake up.
A couple of years ago, I was working in an outdoor store.
That sounded like Dave McKeegan.
As a salesman of technical stuff for people that wanted to travel the globe. And I was selling GoPro navigation systems.
Really? The global navigation systems are going to be with reference to a Mercator projection, which could be plotted onto a spherical coordinate system inside a CGI rendering, for example. But ultimately, it's with respect to north, south, east, west, of course, but Polaris-centric. So the grid that is on the transverse Mercator used in GPS, that's in his vernacular global positioning system, is number one, a flat map. Number two, been derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. The entire system is based on flat Earth measurements. That's measuring Earth flat to get these maps. That's how it's done. Just in case anybody was listening and go, why would you say it's measured flat? Well, that's how our maps were made. For us and them to now claim that this is a globe proof when using GPS. No, it isn't. The map's flat. The system's flat. And the way it was measured to come to fruition in the first place is flat. And what are they dealing with again? The ground and how we navigate it. Yeah, that's flat. Measured, flat. Hope we're all clear. This guy thinks it's a globe proof. It isn't.
Maps, compasses, all of that kind of stuff.
Compasses, as in pointing in directions that aren't spherical.
And occasionally a GoPro or a binocular or like a bird spotter. And one day, true story, one day a guy came up to me and immediately he said, have you ever heard about the Nikon P900? And I had heard about it, for sure. So the first thing that I said to him is like, do you perhaps believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I don't own a P900. I'm not that interested in cameras. I mean, one of my first jobs was selling cameras. So I'm pretty proficient with cameras. I had to do training on cameras and I had to be able to know the features and benefits of the cameras to be able to sell them to people who wanted cameras. But I've never actually bought one because they don't really interest me. I've got a webcam for my show, but I'm a flat earther and I don't believe Earth is flat. Only 30 seconds ago, I went through how your GPS system required Earth to be measured flat. And that's me knowing how the maps that you believe are based on a globe, I'll say that once more. You believe the maps prove a globe. They're all flat and they're all derived from flat Earth measurements. That's how these systems work. Now, that's not a belief. That is the premise for your belief, believe it or not. The measurements of the flat world that we actually dwell atop are the basis for your belief in a globe. That's the reality of this. Not the other way around. When you ask someone who's owning a P900 if they happen to be a flat Earth believer.
And he was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, but how do you know?
Now the Nikon P900 came out in 2000.
Who's this crack addict looking guy? Creaky blinder.
We've covered him.
15 and Google Trends.
Hello.
Are you covering that video that was in Master B?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's April's Fool.
Good. I already disclaimed that at the start. So, do you remember when you shared with me, one of my now favourite videographers actually, do you remember when you shared Deception Detective with me?
Yes.
What was his main, and consistently is his main piece of advice?
Leakage?
No. Well, yeah, in a way, it's part of that, but he says he ignores the body language and just takes people based on what they actually say. The actual words that they used. Not how they said them, not how they shifted uncomfortably as they said them, not where their hands were when they were saying the words. What are the words that they say? Now, when you say leakage, I know what you mean in context to this. I've seen enough for you to know exactly, for me to know exactly what you mean. I phrased it as follows, Brian. See if you agree. Many a true word spoken in jest.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they made the video too, Nathan. That's what you're saying.
Much of it may be
Yeah, well-
projection. Many of these people own P900s. The people in this video.
Yeah, I'd still see it as copium. That this video, the fact that they went to all this effort to make an April Fool's video, as if we're all so stupid that we're all just going to fall for that and not realize it. It's like as if they're saying, we don't take you serious. But you take us serious enough to all get together and make an April Fool's video. Why would you be doing that?
Their lives are based on us. What are you talking about? Don't take us serious. Yeah, while my life's based on critiquing you, I'll tell you that I don't take you.
If we're not to be. Sorry.
While they're basing their entire lives and videography on us and what we do, they turn around and say, oh, we don't take you seriously. You base all your videography on us. It's absurd.
Yeah. They're petrified.
Yeah, share your pain.
Anyway, I don't want to stop the video too long. I'm just saying, yeah, that's I see this as copium, this video.
Shows that Flat Earth got a resurgence of popularity in 2015. That's not a coincidence.
Like, have you ever wondered why all the flat earthers have either a P900 or
So I called it as a stereotyping fallacy, and now he's literally stated it as, ever wondered why all flat earthers have a, quote, camera of some description? I don't own any camera. Yeah, literally.
Me either.
What's he talking about?
I don't.
So we've got 3 panel
I have a
members currently on.
Panasonic.
You got a camera? You got a P900, Brian?
I have a Panasonic. I don't have a Nikon.
Panasonic, fine. Right, so every member on every single person currently associated with this show and Flat Earth Debate on the main panel, none of us have got this camera. Oh, it's just an April Fool's joke. No, this is what you actually believe by stereo. It's just your way of getting away with more egregious stereotyping fallacies. That's all it is.
a P1000? According to a study done in 2018, about 2% of all the citizens of the USA, they believe that the Earth is flat. That's more than 9.5 million people. And if
Yeah, I bet that's terrifying for you. I couldn't care less how many people believe in Earth being flat. Because we know how it's measured. We know that your religious belief in a globe has come from those flat Earth measurements. So here, maybe it's not us you're stereotyping. Because we're not flat Earth believers.
if you multiply that by the 7...
But that's leakage from him when he uses the word believer, because he has to put a false dichotomy together that he has a belief versus your belief, because all he has is a belief. He doesn't have a knowing. You have a knowing. I have a knowing. He has a belief.
Better still, his beliefs based on our measurements of the flat Earth we dwell atop that we argue for.
Yeah.
Well, that's the painful part for them.
7 continents, you end up with 66.6 million people that believe that the Earth is flat. And
in many ways, I find a lot of the people on our anti-flat Earth comparison side to be more conspiratorial and conspiratard-like, as in they do actually genuinely concern themselves with this garbage. A case in point, there was a guy who came through the flat Earth subject as it became popular, and the moment it was decried in Congress, he disappeared to the anti-flat Earth side. And upon not building any popularity in the anti-flat Earth side, went to ghosts and ghouls and goblins and spooks and spectres and conspiracies. This is ranty flat Earth. Along with conspiracy cats. So the anti-flat Earthers, in my estimation, based on what I've seen without stereotyping them too badly, have been far more inclined towards conspiratorial thinking. That is to say, when they face the awful truth of we could have been lied to, their mindset on the anti-flat earth side, this is now a stereotyping fallacy, my bad, would be to say, it's the Illuminati! Or there's a hidden hand controlling the lies of the... That's where they don't want to go. But only because that's where their mind takes them, and they don't want to be there with the nature of Earth. So it's a painful process for your anti-flat earther, because in my estimation, they tend to be more conspiratorial than us. Now, that's not to say that there aren't plenty of Russian vids and people like that that look into very conspiratorial aspects of the world that we live in, and it's not to decry that either. But for the anti-flat earthers in this example, they fear the subject of the nature of Earth being associated with that. Shout out to Unitox Femi Sasha, says greetings from Belfast. Hey, come here in Belfast. I thought you lived down the road from me. He's run away. Thank you for the super chat.
Sorry. Well, what I would say is, bring it back closer to home. How many of them, and I know this because I myself have gotten it, I get it all the time. You're being fooled by people like Oakley who are only in it for the money. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, they want it to be. Yes, exactly.
And whoever
you're perfect. Your example's brilliant. I just want to agree with you. Your example's perfect. Yeah. Eric DeBay, about a month ago, made a video that really brought a stark contrast to me. I actually deleted a video that I'd made about 10 years ago about DeBay as a result of this video he made. Not that I was intending to confess this, but it's come up. In the video, Eric DeBay points out such a stark contrast with this exact argument, which is to say, our opponents suggest that the CIA, name 3 letters, doesn't matter what, have put in the argument of flat Earth as a psyop to dumb people down, or something like that. And then DeBay's turned around and gone, here's me, a self-published author who gives a lot of his books away for nothing, and I'm on YouTube, scratching by at the poverty line. I'm like, I can reflect, mate. I can relate, rather. Being accused of being part of a big CIA shill conspiracy versus 70 million a day at NASA. You're like, is it not really obvious who's actually being paid by the government because they are? And what are they doing? Telling you all day long Earth's a sphere. And what am I doing? Scratching by at the poverty line? Oh, right, yeah, but it's me. I'm part of the big conspiracy, aren't I? Says Eric DeBay. Now, like I say, about 7, maybe 10 years ago now, Paul Michael Bales admittedly accused DeBay of swiping some of the material that he shared with him and saying he was hard done by because Eric had then used the Flat Earth Library when he was introduced to it by Paul Michael Bales to further his YouTube career and expand his knowledge on Flat Earth. I'm like, sounds like good research to me. But at the time, he was also calling him a CIA shill, and I mirrored that video. As I say, that is actually the video I subsequently took down after watching Eric DeBay's video about 4 weeks ago. I'm like, when you put it into that context, it just doesn't make any sense, no matter how shilly, in quotes, Eric DeBay's behaviour may have been described as over the years. You're like, no. He talks about Earth being flat. NASA talk about Earth being a globe. They're the ones that get the billions of dollars and have put people into rather moderate or reasonably nice housing for working at NASA. You know what I mean? There is no comparison.
No, there's no comparison. I mean, when they say, like, when I hear that Oakley has only fooled you, right, and you need to get away from that cult, he's only in it for the money.
No swearing.
I don't know your financial situation. And I just start laughing. Like, it's like, this is so weak because the person saying it to me wants me to believe it because they believe it. They believe that you're only in it for the money and that you know the Earth is a globe and that you're only fooling me and Neil and everyone else. We're only the victims of your financial grab.
They don't believe that.
You can spin that. No, that's fine. I'm going to go with it, right? I'm just going to go with that. You are. Let's just go with that. So we'll take it as a red in the most negative way I possibly can. I am just bleeding you guys dry. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I couldn't sustain a show on my own if none of you turned up. And that would mean that the end of the show came because I didn't have the confidence to run the show on my own, and without the panel, I've got nothing. Now, that's not to decry by sarcasm either. I'm just saying, let's go with their narrative. Yeah, none of you get paid, and none of you are obliged to come. That's a standard that I've laid down as soon as I started. But they can easily spin that into a truism, can't they? So let's accept it. Okay, they're not getting paid. I'll disclaim it now. I am. I'm paying my mortgage with this just struggle. But that aside, they're right. Okay, like Edebear, I can't remember if it's the beginning of the live show or in the pre-show, he tried to turn what was my winning argument with respect to Polaris being a position on the ground, therefore cannot be a refracted horizon to acquire it, and turned it into, you called me a liar. Your information and QE's information are X, Y, and Z because you are, as an individual, X, Y, Z. So it turns the argument from a provable, discernible, researchable fact that you can verify, sort out for yourself. And if you want to check if I'm a liar, you check the information. And if it's right, obviously I'm not. But that's not what these people want to do. They want to make Nathan Oakley the source of the information. Because if you can bundle the source of the information as a liar, then you, as the lazy individual that people generally are, don't care if you're offended by that. People are surface-dwelling, surface-scratching headline readers. That's life. But if you don't have to do any research and double-check any of the sources, I can just be, as a person, demeaned as a liar, then you can invalidate it all. You can hand-wave the lot. The guy's a liar. So nothing he can be said can be trusted. Whoa, hold on a second. Everything I say can be verified. Doesn't matter if I die tomorrow. It's not going to change Earth being measured flat and used for baselines. This is not about me.
Yeah, but
literally.
that's irrelevant.
Irrelevant, yeah.
It's irrelevant. Liars can tell the truth. Liars can make factual statements. It's irrelevant. Why even try? Why even try? If it's a statement of fact, it's a statement of fact. The person does not matter. Your faith in them does not matter.
It matters for politicians.
If it's a statement of fact.
It matters for politicians, and we're not politicians when we're disseminating the facts of the matter when it comes to how measured Earth is and how flat that measurement is. That doesn't bear any consequence on me as an individual. Now, politicians have to be liked, and they've got to be trusted. Now, they're neither liked or trusted, so they've got to spend a significant amount of time and money convincing you that they're likable and trustworthy. I don't care if you trust me. What's that? Because you don't trust Nathan, you don't want to accept the nature of reality when it comes to the facts. I just say, oh, good for you. If you can use me as your pain relief, I don't trust Nathan. That's why I went away from the subject. Now, anybody with half a brain would listen to that if you gave them it as your reason and just see you as some pathetic weasel. But that's fine if you want to do that. I'd take it. It's on me. What? I'm not trustworthy, therefore Earth's not flat. Okay, yeah, you can have it. Have it. Go away, Earth's a ball. Good on you. Well done.
Well, yeah, it's because it's trying to lump you and what he can make you out to be with the evidence for what you say. It's like, doesn't matter what you are. If you say something and it is provably true with, via sources outside of you, then it doesn't really matter what you are. You know what I mean? But it's funny that guy is doing that, considering it's projection. You know what I mean? That that just on that guy himself, it's projection. Like, that guy proved himself to be totally dishonest a week ago. So, I mean, it's pretty rich him asking our people honest when he's going around being dishonest all the time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's a standard that they fear.
People are funny, aren't they?
Well, people fear the standard that they lay down against others, if you ask me. So people like Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, lay down these sorts of standards against the individual all the time. This guy's insert expletive here, yeah, for this person that he's describing. Now, for his arguments, we have the rebuttal. But they don't care about our arguments. They can rinse and repeat their claims over the top of them. What they fear is their individual status in society. So for someone like Craig, me pointing out that he's a convicted, violent woman beater is something that he'll take very much to heart because he's very much concerned about his personal image. As opposed to the strength of his arguments, he will lean on consensus. He knows that people are coming to him to affirm their bias, and when they get there, they get it affirmed. And so long as he can keep feeding those people, it won't help him sleep at night, in terms of the argument. But that's a different matter if you're being paid. But what they do fear is what they attack us for. How do you behave? How are you as an individual? How credible are you? And we're like, we've got an argument for you to overcome. Are you going to address that? No, you're a scammer. You're a shill. You're a CIA agent. You're just here for the money. Well, does it matter what I'm here for? My argument is that we're measuring it flat. Yeah, but you have done X, Y, and Z. It's like, okay, if that is the standard that you fear, when you do become that criminal woman beater, it's like, well, just point that out every single time we bring up that particular individual then. Because if you fear it and put it to us as a standard that we should suddenly be scared of when we've got actual arguments, then we'll just throw it right back at you. And your audience, who value those things when you say them about us, will obviously see you in a very negative light when they hear that you're a violent criminal woman beater, because people don't look at that in a positive way. Now, that's why you're using it against us. And it makes no difference, is our argument. But if we have to, well, tit for tat, we'll throw it right back at you. In the case of a lot of the Globe side, they've done some pretty heinous things, as we've found out over the years. Doesn't make any difference to their arguments. That's the overall point. But it will occasionally get brought into the fray by them. Dirty tactics.
But isn't that just thinking to their level when you drop to that standard?
It is.
And they all have a Nikon P900 or a Nikon P1000. They sell for big bucks, like $900 for the P900. That's where the name comes from, and $1,000 for the P1000, of course. So 66.6 million times 1,000, that's about, let me think, $66.6 billion per year. That's a lot of motive. So if you ask yourself, why are they doing...
Okay, so they're assuming that the comedy comes from the non sequitur fallacy. That because Nikon make money from selling cameras, and because I stereotype all flat earthers as having bought one, and because I've given you the numbers for 2% of the population, therefore it's in the millions, their motivation is strong. This is as ham-handed and as flam-flammy and crap as you can get. It's not humorous. I mean, April Fools are supposed to be something funny. Now, the reality is April Fools is there because there's a date that we would all have as the start of the year. And when that was changed to December, they made anybody who would still celebrate the new year in April a fool by calling them an April Fool. That's the real history of April Fools. I think Adam's on the panel. I got that from him.
No, you got that from me.
Yeah. British historian, expert, Neil Costantino.
doing this? Why go through all these lengths? Think about it. $66.6 billion. To me, that's a lot of motive.
See that there?
It seems
That little
like
mark? They say that tells.
Good.
it seems like they're building up their own straw man for we see too far on a globe is what all this is building up to.
Sounds like they can't do maths. $66 billion on Nikon P900s and thousands, really? $66 billion.
I think that number 66.6 is like a slight on us, like a backhanded smack, because that's what we say the earth spins or
This is
something.
an April Fool's video they all got together to make. This is an April Fool's video.
No, let's not decry it. Right, why do they use this number? There's a very specific reason why. The road paved to flat Earth, the road that you travel along to get here, is a conspiratorial road. And many of the people who come up with information for flat earthers are not like us. Us here now, on this panel and on this Discord server. I'll extend it to them for this, because I'm pretty sure they'll back me up. Maybe not, we'll find out. Right, we have trod a road to get here that's been littered with Number of the Beast, Illuminati, clone centers, Mandela effect. The list goes on. Therefore, when they reflect on what they have in their brains as a stereotypical flat earther, they will use the road that we had paid to get us here against us. Now, while they mock the number of the beast 666, maybe they'll get into gematria. Brian will have something to say about it. We'll see. when they do this, in some ways, they've got a fairly legitimate reason for doing it. In the same way we decry the feast of nonsense, the garbage that you have to spew to somehow call yourself a flat earther, the garbage, or more likely, that you have to tolerate from some other numpty conspiratard who says he's a flat earther and then starts talking garbage. Well, that's the road that got us here. That's the road they're taking the piss out of. Would we all agree?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I understand where they're coming from with the 666 nonsense. I understand all their thing, but the problem is that it's just not funny. The video wasn't funny. It would only have been funny if they were serious, but they're not. So it's like as if they're trying to be smart, but they're not being smart, or they're not being they're trying to be funny, but they're not being funny.
Yeah, comedy's
It just
hard.
shows
Comedy is hard. So I did a couple of modules on comedy when I was in college. So I was doing performing arts. Comedy's hard. Very, very, very hard. Now, do you remember when we covered Dom Jolly? He was trying to be funny about flat earthers, and he missed the mark. Didn't get it right. Now, I've seen comedians rip flat earthers a new one, regardless of if it's based on the stereotypes. Like, in some ways, some of us can watch space movies. I can still watch a comedy stint that's taking the piss out of flat earthers, and if they've got comic timing and they're on the button in the stereotype department, I'll still laugh if they get it right. But it's hard. Being funny's hard. Dom Jolly had it in the 90s. He doesn't have it now. That's why he's on some shitty podcast that nobody's watching, because he hasn't got it anymore. Trigger Happy TV was a one-hit wonder. He didn't keep the momentum going. He just struck gold once. Now, these guys think they can step into the shoes of actual comedians. You know, go and watch a bit of, I don't know, Jimmy Carr and get an idea of what it takes to actually be funny. Because it's a skill. It's a skill that you have to learn, hone, discipline yourself for, practice more than anything else. These guys think they can rattle off a script with a concept that they think is funny when they discuss it, put it into motion, and it just falls flat.
Good one, Nathan.
Tells you where the sensor is in the camera. So it means the sensor is along that line there. But nobody can tell me that that does not look exactly like the planet Saturn.
I've just paused so we can all get the guffaws of laughter out. Hilarious, Dave. Yeah, Jimmy Carr, you need to look out, mate.
Little circle, line going through it, that's the rings. It's a picture of Saturn. Of all the pictures and all the symbols,
You sound like a retard.
they chose Saturn. Why?
Why? Because you're prepared to make yourself look like a retard on film. I mean, I don't know why you've done this. Self-debasing? I don't know. Very, very strange.
For the wealth. The ancient Greeks used to worship the god Saturn. Now, they were the god of a lot of things, but amongst which they were the god of generation and the god of wealth.
I just found out, and I'm totally certain of this, that Nikon invented flat Earth.
Yeah, the ability for McToon to just lie, just make stuff up, is standard fare. This is how he operates. So for him to do it and say, yeah, I'm doing it in humour. No, this is your standard MO, mate. You just make stuff up.
So that they could sell more
Go
on.
Yeah, you see, when I first started watching this video last night, I started laughing immediately, because I honestly, I got hands up, I had forgotten about the whole April Fool's thing. I forgot about the date. I started laughing, but I was thinking, hang on a minute. Even when I realised after a couple of minutes, now this is just an April Fool's, because it was just too obvious. They made it too obvious, right? But it's like, the main problem they have in this video is supposedly that Nikon made up the flat Earth. No, the P900 and the P1000 has allowed us to view the Earth more correctly as it really is. And they hate that. That's the real problem. They hate those cameras, because if those cameras didn't exist, then they could be still telling people. And the Panasonic zoom camera I have, none of these super zoom cameras existed. And people like me wouldn't be able to see that what they call looming at the horizon is actually just inferior mirage. Just we couldn't see it because it was too far away. But with the camera, we can. So they hate super zoom cameras because super zoom cameras show the world that it's not a globe. That's the real joke in this April Fool's thing. The joke is on them.
Cameras.
Now, you know all flat earthers use Nikon P900s. Why do you think that is?
Come here, I need to show you something. The number one reason why a lot of people are waking up to the truth of flat Earth is the Nikon Coolpix P1000.
Now, you're going to blur my face for this so nobody will see? Okay, good. And then...
Absolutely hilarious tune. Your timing is perfect. Got 100 people watching. Let's get some comments from my chat in terms of not the arguments, because there isn't any, it's garbage, but 100 people watching. What do you reckon? Did it hit the mark? You laughing? Is this gag hitting home? Is he a good comedian? We'll get an idea from the chat. We'll see what they've got to say.
Then cut out this part. If you look at the logo, that Nikon...
leaving in you in the edit saying cut out this part. Hilarious, tune. Hilarious. I mean, guffaws from the panel. Everyone's laughing. I can hardly hold them back.
Initially had just after
comedy,
the...
With comedy, you're supposed to be giving the joke, not be the joke. So you guys need to work on that. But I think you have something. Just keep working, and one day you might be funny.
I made a point of noting down one of Jimmy Carr's explanations for what makes a joke funny. And the explanation is, I'm going to paraphrase, but this is basically how he explains it. Jimmy Carr is one of my favorite comedians. I've seen him several times live. He's brilliant. Anyway, you set a standard or an expectation that someone has with the feed line, and then you subvert their expectation with the punchline. That is to say, you build up an idea, something that's going to be happening, and then the punchline takes you away from that which you've imagined. Yeah? So if you imagine describing a joke about snake bite, and everyone's picturing a certain thing in their mind, and then you take it to either, depending on how you've set up the punchline, the drink or the animal, depending on how the feed line's been set up. So you set up an expectation that there's a student and she goes to the bar and asks for a snake bite, and then you give her a punchline of her dying from an actual snake bite because it's in Australia or whatever. You know, I'm no comedian. My point is you subvert the expectations. That's how feed line, punchline works if you're a good comedian. Now, when the gag has been set up such that the blurring of the face is already done the moment the camera opens, that gag is done. That's the end of that gag then. It took 3 frames for us to get the joke. But to drag it out for a skit, an edit with Dave, and then back to him with the... You're like, oh, God, this is painfully bad in comedic terms. Should we not be assessing the flat earth stuff? Getting a bit carried away with my performing arts.
Bedford level experiment. And if you look at the Bedford level icon, the thing for the telescope, they're exactly the same. That's how we know. It's definitely just a conspiracy to sell more cameras.
So yeah, there's actually crazy. So you have the Samuel Rowbotham experiment.
They keep calling it an experiment. They want it to be an experiment. They want to decry the elevation angle to a flat plane surface of water over an extended distance so they can put it in orthographic view like it's been done for 100 years. Okay, wonderful. I mean, you can focus on this. It was dealt with in 2015. In terms of water being level, it's an axiom, it's a principle that's used to build things. Water's level. I mean, the fact that we turn it into a false dichotomy through Rowbotham is kind of almost on the table for Feast of Nonsense. Not quite.
Bedford level experiment where Samuel Rowbotham was looking through a Nikon telescope that was shipped over from Japan. He was looking through it and with some mirrors and some smoke inside.
Hilarious. Who wrote these jokes? I mean, they really are. They're getting everyone's laughing. I mean, there's how many people are here? 25 odd people, including me and the panel. No one's laughing at any of these jokes.
The Earth looked flat.
Samuel Rowbotham was born.
Can I just say, what the fuck?
Born in 1816. 1 year later, Nikon was founded. Now, you might think that this is all just a coincidence, but it can't be. You see, the first thing that's wrong here is what reason would Nikon
That's not the first thing that's wrong here, son.
have to exist in 1817? The camera wasn't invented yet. It would be like if Nintendo was founded before microchips were invented. That would not make any sense whatsoever.
But then
Every boy's favourite toy, the Nintendo.
and there was Alfred Russel Wallace. He went to the exact same spot and he built his own telescope. And he set it up and he was looking through that telescope. And of course, his setup showed or demonstrated that the Earth is actually curved. Eventually, his son, William, he traveled to Japan and he started his own company, Sony. Weirdly enough, Sony is the only company that for the raw data file, the raw data that comes from the light-sensitive sensor, the unaltered, the pure data of reality. Instead of having it as a raw file, they are the only company that write it as ARW. This, of course, is a tribute to his father, Alfred Russel Wallace, who was fighting against Nikon.
Any comment on that? Just garbage.
If you take the year that Samuel...
Sorry, go ahead.
Total load of garbage. Yeah, just total load of garbage. It's just, this is what they got. They've got this really bad April Fool's Day video they all got together to do, and they all pat each other on the back as if it was hilarious. And it stopped being funny, like, very soon into the video when it became very obvious it was an April Fool's video. It was like, oh, well, it's not funny. It was only funny when I thought that they actually were saying it. You know what I mean? Which wasn't surprising to me, because they come up with these stupid things.
Rowbotham was born 1816, and you add 18 and 16 together, you get 34. Now, Nikon was founded 1 year later, and 34 minus 1 is 33. But the final nail in the coffin...
Yeah, hilarious.
...is the fact that there is a photo of Samuel Rowbotham with the founder of Nikon.
This is it. There's no address to any arguments. They're getting away with their lazy attempts to make the argument what they want it to be. They just want it about people. Like Edebear in the pre-show. He just wants this argument to be Nathan's argument. Because then if you can discredit Rowbotham, everything he did is invalid. No. In terms of the principles of what water represent, those principles, which is all we'll really retain from Rowbotham, are still true. Doesn't matter what Rowbotham did, but even to his death, it's pissed these people off so much that they're still attacking him. It's really sad.
That photo was taken about 10 years after Nikon was founded, and it is reported that in that meeting, Samuel Rowbotham offered to invest large sums of money into Nikon. If you want to learn more about that photo, you can follow the link on screen. It's a pretty interesting story.
You done recording? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I've had my problems with the P1000 as well.
That what Slice of Arcane looks like. Woof.
The weight of the P1000 is actually a hat tip to...
Can you teach me how to bite a beer cap off a bottle, mate? Because that's what I want to hear from you.
high-end tripod manufacturers. Because
tell me how to whittle something out of wood with a pocket knife, mate. Yeah? That's what I want to hear from you.
In order to use this camera, you have to get a tripod that's capable of handling an anti-tank weapon.
Nah, tell me how to lay a bear trap. That's what I reckon you're good for, mate. You give me advice I can trust you on. You look like the man to ask about how to set a bear trap.
And then when you go full bazooka on this thing, you get a balance.
Full bazooka, yeah, that's the kind of terminology the man who's setting bear traps. Yeah, that's what I want to hear from you, mate. Yeah?
Problem, so you have to buy even more hardware for that industrial tripod just to keep this thing balanced. Now, if you have to go out and shoot on location, one of the problems that you have is the P1000, it's about a good cubit long. And once you get your harbor crane of a tripod packed up together with this, you don't have any room in your carry-on anymore for shooting on location. You can't even bring extra batteries. So you end up with the problem that you had in 2017.
What?
People who are triggered can't be funny. That's the problem. Flat Earth triggers them. That's why this isn't funny. That's why it's kind of depressing and cringy. People who are triggered can't be funny, and Flat Earth triggers them.
When they went back to the Bedford level, and they thought that they were actually filming the entire Bedford level test.
Yeah, that was my point, John. That was what I was trying to say. You just said it. It's like they're trying to pretend that this is all just funny, that flat Earth thing is funny, when it's anything but funny to them.
Yeah, it's painful to them.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke on us, and we're not laughing at all because we know that they're not laughing. We know that they're actually the opposite from laughing. But they're trying to give us the impression that we do see us as a bit of a joke.
If it was a joke, that man who you saw on screen wouldn't be here. So that guy, Sly Sparkane, was one of the first people to troll me on my videos. He has been in this subject arena as long as I have. That's 10 years this man's been fighting the flat Earth.
Yeah.
If it's a joke, why haven't you got on with your life? If you know it's a ball, why are you still here fighting for it? Yeah? Why don't you get on with it?
Yes.
Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain.
Redo, but their batteries were...
I shouldn't really mock his appearance either. I used to be a handsome man. I'll have a bit of humility, right? I now look as rough as this guy. So he was probably handsome too 10 years ago, right? We all fade with age.
Ran out, and most likely that has to do with the fact that they couldn't pack it in their carry-on. There wasn't any room left.
Eleanor, don't do that.
I work as an officer in the Swedish Navy, so I know what I'm talking about. P1000, P950 and P900. None of those cameras are allowed to be used in the armed forces of Sweden. The reason...
Can anybody translate this for me, please?
He's saying, I'm in pain, please help me.
Talking about P1000, P950 and P900. None of those cameras are allowed to be used in the armed forces of Sweden.
None of them are allowed to be used in the armed forces of Sweden. That's the bit I couldn't understand.
Yeah, okay. That guy is the biggest heap of rubbish ever. I questioned him. I've asked him a few choice questions about the sextant because he's supposed to be a naval captain, right, in the Swedish Navy, and about 2 years ago or more, and he couldn't answer them. And I said, "Oh, you're not much of an expert, are you?" Right, and after that, he's attacking me all the time. He's always making videos and adding me in and all the rest of it. And he even tried in recent times to give me a challenge. Who do these people think they are handing out these challenges, right? The challenge was how was for me to navigate from Ireland to England. I mean, that wouldn't take much. Just the UK. It doesn't have to even be England.
How far is it? Could you swim it?
Oh, the closest point I think is 13 miles between Scotland and the north of Ireland. But I mean, it's about 40 miles from the southeast of Ireland over. But all you have to do is basically head east or whatever. You know what I mean? You'll be grand.
Reason is
You're
very
going to run
simple.
into the UK eventually.
I was going to say you can see it sometimes, right?
Yeah, you can see Ireland from the UK, and you can see the UK from Ireland sometimes. Yeah, I mean, this is not any like it's not like I don't know if he understands if he's ever looked at a map, but Ireland and England are basically almost like in the UK basically are parallel to each other. Like if you go in a straight line, once you leave the port and stay in a straight line, you can't not run into the UK. And the same if you're coming back. You can't not run into Ireland.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to avoid not hitting it if you're heading for Liverpool or something, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the only way you not hit Ireland is if you left in a straight line from the north of Scotland or something, or the south of England.
Right.
But from Ireland, any direction I go, I'm going to hit the UK. Do you know what I mean? I can't not, once I'm heading in that general direction, I can't not hit it. Even if I end up at Cornwall, it's still the UK. Do you know what I mean? It's, like, I don't know what this guy was thinking, as if this is some kind of super challenge that I'm going to take time out of my life to do. I could just get the ferry over, buddy.
Ability to spy on you.
There is a chip labeled GPS, Global Photo Scrutiny. That's...
No, we covered this right at the beginning. Is it going to leave on the idea that global in the title means global in terms of how it operates? No. GPS uses the transverse Mercator. And the transverse Mercator is a derivation of a tube, and that tube is a derivation of points on a sphere projected onto the tube, and the sphere is a derivation of flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. So that's the history of the flat system that is used in GPS, that at some stage along the way, through conversion, has got a ball in it, but that ball came from measuring a flat Earth to project it out onto a tube, to roll it out flat so it still works with angles off a flat Earth. So no, GPS, you guys get your copium from just saying global.
circuit receives data from somewhere. I'm not sure where. I only know that it needs to be outside with a clear view of the sky, and then it just works.
Okay, yeah, works with elevation angles.
Knows the data has to be coming from a satellite or a satelloon maybe. And I think to validate that, there's this little image on the outside of the camera.
Okay, even if the imagery is coming from satellites, yeah, it's still working with a flat system with the transverse Mercator. It doesn't matter what you think the satellites are doing. They're not in any way inferring your spherical Earth, that's for sure.
Could that be a bit of a tell?
Well, neither is the orbital mechanics to put that satellite in motion. It's using a flat plane. What are they on about? None of this proves a sphere.
No, and it all stemmed from flat Earth measurements. They just don't know the history of their globe belief.
Your positions and other sensible information. They have microphones, they have GPS chips, so you can be geolocated, they can listen on you, they can see what you are seeing through your camera.
Now, if
this is their fears. When I said many a true word spoken in jest, this is the kind of shit that they actually concern themselves with. Yeah? Are the NSA spying on me? Yeah? This is leakage, Brian.
If you doubt me, have a look at any image taken by a P900, and in that file you'll see there's a data section called EXIF data, which is the bastardization of as if, and there you will find the added data under the globe.
That was a joke. Just wanted to acknowledge the jokes, just so we all know when the punchline's come and gone, just in case you hadn't noticed.
Maybe if we had like a light that told us when to laugh, we could tell if this was funny.
We need a laugh track.
We need a laugh track. Yeah, normally when you put things before a live audience, that's us. You get the laugh track from the audience watching the comedy. In other words, this would be quite useful because it's the video before a live audience, and then you get to hear the laughs. 110 people watching. Shout out to Duncan McLeod, who says, when navigating with GPS, it depicts Earth's surface as a horizontal plane. It's because it is. And that's how the transverse Mercator works. Thank you for the super chat.
Globe Earth Overwrite True Azimuthal Geometry section, GEOTAG. The P900 does indeed modify images it takes using data downloaded from, well...
I won't mention who they are.
NASA, of course.
Can't understand what he's saying. Did you understand what that guy just said? Anybody get what that guy just said?
P900 does indeed modify images it takes using data downloaded from, well...
I won't mention who they are.
What the hell did he just say? I'm going to need subtitles.
I don't understand him.
I can't understand him. Let's try with subtitles. I'm going to try that once more.
EOTAG. The P900 does indeed modify images it takes using data downloaded from, well...
I won't mention...
I won't mention...
who they are.
I won't mention who they are.
NASA...
It's saying they, I won't mention who they are. As if, I don't know. This is another thing that's supposed to be funny. But none of these people are funny.
Then he says NASA.
I don't know. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Of course.
Every camera
yeah, who called it just before it played?
Has a sensor, but it doesn't just see the picture on the sensor and that's it.
Do you know how about 5 years ago someone made a little video with me as Gollum? Do you remember? I stole one of the snapshots where I was nicely framed as Gollum and actually used it. Is it just me, or does Dave McKeegan look very, very troll-like in this lighting and in this circumstance? Like Gollum. I'm just saying. He does, doesn't he?
It goes into a little computer that then...
Go on.
No, I don't have anything to say. I don't know if I can agree with that or disagree with it, to be honest with you. It just looks like Dave McKeegan.
Is it Gollum or is it Schmeagol or something like that? Okay. You know what I'm talking about, right? From Lord of the Rings. It is Gollum,
yeah,
isn't it?
McKeagle?
McKeagle.
Yeah, it's Gollum.
Yeah. The precious triangle.
And saves it as a digital file. So every picture that you take has been generated by a computer. It is a computer-generated image.
Wi-Fi.
Again, leakage. So when we show that the pictures from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum are all doctored and are all CGI and are all make-believe, you want to introduce this idea through leakage that, all cameras produce computer-generated image. Yeah, they do, of real stuff. Yeah, if you want to look at it in that context. Yeah, they do. It's just the stuff that we take pictures of with P900, for example, are real. As opposed to the garbage that we haven't got any real photographs of, regardless if you want to define the photo itself as being computer-generated, because you've got a microchip in the camera. Yeah, you can't take pictures from a sky vacuum of Earth as a sphere. It's total nonsense. We'll still address the arguments as they come up, weak as they are. Go ahead, John.
He thinks because it has a microchip in it that you're not actually taking footage of the world around you. Is that what he's implying?
No, he's implying that he's got a ham-handed segue overcome, but can only be put forth in a farcical scenario with an April Fool's video, where all imagery's fake CGI. So therefore, by comparison, the stuff that you say is CGI from NASA is real. That's the standard.
There's
You just could
definitely-
never get away with it unless it was in a farcical video.
They're going for satire, like, desperately, but the problem is that satire is based on truth. So they're just missing, missing the target.
Yeah, good summary.
I am Bluetooth. Who are they talking to? Huh?
More leakage? This is what you would concern yourself with. Yeah? Are they watching me? Well, yeah, they are. Algorithmically, they watch who gets put before the public and who doesn't. Now, in that respect, Sly, you're definitely on that list. Now, if you want to consider that them watching you, because this paranoia spilling out into satire, which it isn't, is what I'm going to assess based on what you're talking about. You would worry about that, would you? You'd worry about whether or not the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi were spying on you. Yeah, you're paranoid, and this is leakage.
Who's listening?
Well, can I help him out?
Yeah.
They have these things called data centers, and they have 1, 2, sometimes 3 in every city, and they record everything that you do electronically. That is a fact. If that makes you feel
Hold
any
on a
better,
second.
sleep better.
Is that true?
Good night.
You mean
Big brother?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
When I was watching those
Yeah, I've helped build.
dwarves, you telling me they know that?
Yes. Anything that you do
Paula,
electronically.
delete my
because-
history! Paula! Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, everything that you do electronically is saved. There is no delete. Like, you don't get rid of things on the internet.
What? You saying I can't get rid of those
can.
dwarves that I watched the other night?
Right. That is, and you'll start getting advertisements based on the things you watch. Have you ever noticed that it seems like, oh no, how do they know that I've been watching porn? Because now I'm getting porn advertisements.
I do get quite a
that's
lot of
why.
advertisements for penis reductions.
Not only that, they listen to you. I said something the other day.
No,
I
that
started
isn't
getting,
true.
well, how does that happen then? I was saying something the other day, and then I get advertisements for the group I was talking about.
Right. They're not listening to you. There's an algorithm whenever anything you do electronically that takes the things that you're concerned about, your behaviors. It does all those. There's not an individual listening in on you. It's an algorithm taking information from you and direct advertising to you. But these data centers exist. They're not secret. This is known. This is factual. I think that's what they're afraid of.
Listening to anyone's slide. That is a terrible accusation. Would you like to listen to some relaxing music to soothe your anxiety?
Now, one word of warning, if you do attempt to do this sort of probing into your internals of the P900, there is a industrial secrets loss prevention built in, and the camera will attempt to self-destruct. And
my tech guy's just modified a P900 as we're talking about it. So, you know how people send them off to get them IR modified? Well, from what I understand, he's got a P900 and a P1000, and he got the P900 quite cheap, and obviously he's a techie, so he just modified it himself. He's going to start taking some imagery. It's pretty around here, and we can see from quite far, there's relatively high places that are nearby us. So I'm hoping that Craig will actually come up with some imagery based on the fact that he's gone to the effort of actually modifying a camera. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll get some nice infrared images from him. I know he listens to the show, so he's probably hearing this going, oh crap, I got bored of that. I did it, took a few shots, and now I'm back to repairing laptops.
And, you know, look what mine did after I took a photo of the GPS trip on board. It sort of went into self-destruct mode. It just freaking, what the hell did it do?
Oh, now that is a crying shame. How did that happen?
It gets stranger though. If I take the letters of Nikon P900, Nikon P900. Now we swap all of the letters for the number that they place in the alphabet.
Okay, so this is taking the piss out of people like Russian vids, right?
So N is the 14th letter of the alphabet, I is the 9th, K is the 11th.
So researchers have
That almost got a laugh out of me, cutting him off during that nonsense.
discovered that within the P900 and the P1000, a lot of...
I suspect that they won't have been finished with that joke, though. They'll want to milk it. We'll see. If they get rid of that and that's the end of that joke, then fair play. Some of their audience may have laughed at that.
Like AI manipulation is going on.
That was a laugh done in the edit, though. That was a gag from editing. Go on.
Do you think that, like, I mean, I actually do think that they ought to pass around and try to laugh at this.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a second.
Is that the problem, that they actually don't have a sense of humour? Is that actually what's wrong with them?
Nah, you can't accuse them of that. Not being funny or not being able to make people laugh doesn't mean you haven't got a sense of humour. You know, that's not a fair thing to level at people. Comedy's hard. I went through this earlier. Yeah? Even people who are funny might not be funny when they come to actually try and write a play that's funny or write a sketch that's funny.
Yeah, but I'm talking about all the people that are sitting around trying to pretend to themselves that they're laughing at this. I mean, they're not trying to make anyone laugh.
What
They're
you're
just
saying is,
laughing.
gotcha. You're saying someone comes for affirmation or confirmation bias of their globe belief, and they come across this. They're seeking out a certain thing, and as the guy from Discord earlier said, if it's based in satire, it's based on truth, and therefore you've got a much better chance of getting the humour through. But they're missing the mark. So if you're just looking to affirm your bias and you get this garbage, even though it's in jest, you're going to be left scratching your head rather than laughing. But for the people who know the arguments and know that this is in jest, they've got to watch their way through it and convince themselves that it's funny. Right, Brian?
Well, yeah, well, they do say that laughter is the best medicine, and these people do need some kind of flat medicine because they are desperate. I mean, this is 2024, and this is what they're coming up with.
100 actually modifies the image after it was taken, before the image is written to the SD card.
The camera knows exactly where you are and in what direction that you're looking at, and there is this entire globe map implemented with all of the buildings, all the structures. Probably comes from Google.
I will give kudos. They didn't go back to Dave McKeegan with his gematria or whatever it is. So the only thing that I thought was comedically edited so far, that was it. So if you're the editor of the video, you're the only one who gets one tick so far. And you've got to work with what you got. So that was good.
Right.
And here's another thing. They only want you to look at this. They don't want you to look into the actual viewfinder. They want you to look at this. They want you to see what they are presenting to you.
Who are you talking about now? They?
Okay, because watch what happens when I get close. This is going to simulate my eye getting closer to the viewfinder. Watch what happens. It turns off. Look at that. It turns off. They don't want you to see anything except for what comes out on this big display here.
O's the 15th, N is the 14th again, P.
Oh, God. I gave them 1 mark. Could you not have kept the 1 mark I gave you for editing comedy? No, I told you. I called it. I did actually predict it beforehand. Yeah, I said they'll go back to it. They'll want to use the material. They won't leave it as that gag.
He is the 16th.
Had to ruin it. Enter. Mark taken away.
If I take 14 plus 11 gives us 25.
If Dave wants to make people laugh, he just has to be upset.
He wants to make people laugh, what? Say that again.
Dave wants to make people laugh, he just has to be upset. I mean...
Well, that's the problem with comedy. You can't be the joke if you want to make people laugh. It's just cringy.
Nah, you know what? You know what's comedy is what Logan Paul did that time. That to me was funny. That whole video he did.
Which one?
This is a self-help video. That's what this is.
Yeah, I agree.
The one where he trolled flat Earth and he said he was going to be a flat earther. You know, all those guys in the what's his name?
Okay, I gotcha. So what you're saying is at least he's come up with a concept, he's come up with a narrative, he's inserted himself into a community with that narrative being adhered to, and then he shatters the illusions of everybody within the community. So that's something that he's at least thought out and developed as unique to get a laugh. So you can at least admire, that it is he's at least got a funny bone and he's managed to translate that to screen. That unlike this.
You know, I think any audience member that's watching this, just a normie that would be watching this, wouldn't get it. They would be confused. They'd be like, "Who is saying this?" They would say, "Like, are these people serious?" They wouldn't get it, I think.
5 minus 50.
And when it knows that...
No, the gag he could have got a mark for, he'd used twice to chew out more material. Ugh.
It is looking at a building or an island that is obscured by the horizon. It is trying to render.
There's a bit of leakage into the argument. Obscured by the horizon. Nah, mate. Black Swan. Obviously unfamiliar with this 4-year-old argument. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to that horizon you're claiming is a physical geometric sphere edged by your most recent words could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we've got image called the Black Swan. We only need one. There's thousands. But in the original Black Swan, it shows the distance to horizon beyond those geometric limitations of an Earth sphere horizon that you're now inferring by way of the geometry we debunked in 2020. No, Black Swan. The horizon's not Earth curve.
What is supposed to be seen if the Earth were flat?
Sorry, it's not what the Earth would be seen as by burden of proof reversal fallacy. You've got maths that asserts that the horizon's a hill getting in the way. We debunked that in 2020. You're the ones with positive assertions to prove your geometric sphere edge. We don't make those claims. You need to flip the burden, though, don't you?
To make that claim, though, you have to know that surface level is a horizontal plane.
In the Earth curve
you have
maths,
to know that.
In the Earth curve maths that our opponents just put forth, again, slipped it in through jest, so they've got to get their argument in. They need their pain relief in this video, obviously. That makes me suspect the guy in the car's the editor of the video. Anyway.
If the Earth was flat, then hills would block your view. But it's not. It's a ball, and therefore hills, you can just see through them.
Yeah, they refract. It doesn't matter that balls is up navigation for latitude positions when you use the horizon to measure them.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, then perspective would be real.
Yeah, and obviously perspective's not real. That's just something for art class. We see everything side on with our own heads and a removal of perspective from the world so we can call it Earth curve. I mean, derive Earth curve from flat plane surface level, a derivation from eye level.
Theme gives us 10.
But at the end of 2016, there was this major bug, this major malfunction, and we as researchers, we thought this is the end of Nikon. The scam will become apparent. Everybody is going to realize that they have been duped. This is known as the Black Swan anomaly.
Go ahead, Brian.
The guy in the car, that is the guy who's the editor of the video. This is basically him putting a video together using all these other people. I've addressed him recently. I couldn't make a video, not that I wanted to make a video concerning him. But I basically pulled apart in his own comments some of his nonsense. And what he tried to do was, when it was obvious that there was no way out within his own comments, he wanted to take it to Discord and connect with me privately on Discord and go through with me on Discord privately. I said, no, you're not getting to go to Discord. I'm not interested in connecting with you privately on Discord and you sending me 50 million private messages about this thing and that thing in your video. This is where it's at, and I'm pointing out where you are a fraud. Do you know what I mean? This is like basically treating me like I'm stupid, because this is what they do. You call them out publicly, you point out, without it, you don't have to go through every part of that video, just need just one part that's fraudulent, right? And they didn't want to either have they want to have a month-long conversation with you in their comment section. They get so convoluted and so far away from the point that nobody ever reads it. And if they ever do, they never get any sense out of it, because it goes one thing to the other, and it's all a load of them trying to, let's say, batten away the problem, right? But they'll spend a month long talking to you in comments, in their comment section underneath their video, after you point out to them that, and this is what I said to this guy, I'm pointing out to you where you're a fraud, right? Where you're wrong and where you're a fraud. Right? I don't need to spend a month talking to you here on your comment section, and I don't need to go to have private messages with you on Discord. What I need is for you to admit where you're wrong.
XB Black Eyes from the chat says, this video must have took hours to edit and make. Now that is funny.
Or as we like to call it, the screw up. So a guy in California was looking over the ocean, and the camera knew where it was and knew that some platforms, habitat and hill house, should have been partially hidden by the horizon.
He knew that they should have been hidden. No, the Earth curve maths assertion is that there'll be a hill in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And as denoted in this image called the Black Swan, it's actually a video you can take stills out of, obviously, you can show that the horizon is beyond the hill that's supposed to be blocking the view of them. That's the actual argument. I'll just give you a rendition of the actual logical consistency, called modus tollens, fondly labelled as the black swan because, Karl Popper, once you show that you can have a black swan, the argument that all swans are white, or in this case, there's always a hill getting in the way at the horizon called Earth curve, you only need to show once that it isn't to debunk all claims that we've got a hill getting in the way. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in this imagery is beyond the limitations of a sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. The horizon is not Earth curve. It has been debunked.
Yeah, if surface level was curving, the maths would be invalid. So what's the argument then?
Good point. So in the assertion of the black swan, the assertion that we have a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is a mathematics that derives that point marked with an X and labelled horizon, otherwise known as Earth curve, from surface level. That is a flat Earth in the Earth curve maths that must be there for you to derive the difference between that surface level and your eye level at elevation. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is with respect to surface level. Very specifically laid out and a prerequisite and requirement for Earth curve maths. I'll say that again. It is a requirement of Earth curve maths that we have a flat surface level so that you can infer we've got a sphere edge horizon below surface level, debunked by the black swan.
But it was trying to render these structures. All these manipulation artifacts were clearly visible, so we thought, like, this is Nikon, you've screwed up. We know now, everybody knows now, but what we didn't anticipate for was how gullible that these flat earthers are.
So you offer your straw man rebuttal about the artifacts in the photo and then offer up an ad hom as a rebuttal? Because this is you actually going through your pain of this argument, isn't it, my friend, as you stare down the camera lens and call us retards? Yeah? The horizon distance measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in your Earth curve maths. Let me just say that again. The horizon distance measurement from Earth curve maths. That would be to say, your claim is there's a hill getting in the way called Earth curve. Remember back in the day when you used to say boats and buildings were blocked by it? Do you remember? Is it ringing any bells? Because now, when we show it isn't a hill and it's not in the way, you say artifacts of cranes. Yeah, they're not part of the argument, the horizon. Your Earth curve is. But that makes us what? Stupid? Share your pain.
Is that the guy that's sitting in the car? That guy, the guy,
Yes.
the old Housen or whatever the guy's name is.
Yes.
Yeah, he is the guy that when you point out that he's trying to add in over 6R, right, which is a mathematical made-up refraction that doesn't exist in reality and is based off an R value that was never measured and can't be measured because the very thing you need to see to measure it, you can't see because of the refraction, the mathematical refraction that's not refraction, that's based upon that. You know what I mean? Blah, 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 a big circle joke, or a big circular argument nonsense, right? That goes nowhere. He's the guy who will pull out the refractive index. He's one of those guys. I just pull out the refractive index there and do some calculations. That's who that guy is. He is a major fraud. And we should definitely go over some of his videos because he fills these videos chock-a-block with utter rubbish. But he's a very good videographer. But this is weak compared to if you see what he does, he's a very good videographer, right? As in he makes everything look real crisp. So what he fills these videos with total rubbish.
Are you talking about the refractive index that's dependent on sea level?
Yes, it's not
I'm
only
talking about the refractive index, the very thing that they put out and wanted to start talking about and doing calculations on. Do you know what I mean? Let's do some calculations. That's what you know what I mean.
Okay, let's do that.
Refraction to them is
Well,
calculation.
let's do that for a second, you and I, Brian. So let's just say we wanted to measure our latitude. Would we be considering the horizon as refracted if we were to be, say, acquiring latitude out at sea with a sextant when we measure our angle to Polaris? Would the refraction index come into it then?
It'd be pretty difficult for the refractive index to come into it then, considering the horizon has to be the actual surface of Earth. So I don't know where you're going to go with that.
I don't know where they're going to go out either, and you, Brian, will get all the credit for it because you have given everybody who's listening to this that argument. When it comes to overcoming something as a straw man rebuttal, or whatever you want to call it, a segue away from the actual argument when it comes to the horizon, they have to assert that they've got refracted horizons. When we bring them back on track, like this guy's tried to take it off track with, all right, it's the refracted Curanes. Like, well, why are you making that assertion? Okay, so you want us to understand there's refraction. Okay, why? So you can refract the horizon beyond the thing it's supposed to block. That is to say, in this argument from their side, what they do in rebuttal to the Black Swan, as laid down in Modus Tollens by me a moment ago, is say that the horizon's refracted. That is to say, the position, the point between the land and sky, or sea and sky, is a refracted non-geometric position. Okay. Well, that in turn debunks the geometry of their claim that there's a physical hill called Earth curve. But further to that, you need to show them how that affects the world in a practical way, how the application of their assertion that the horizon is refracted suddenly destroys the use of latitude. If the horizon's refracted, it's not representative of positions on the ground when you're measuring an angle to Polaris for latitude. Or lining up your tool, Dave, as you're in this video, mate. You know when you levelled your tool and then wound an angle onto it to Polaris? Yeah, the tripod remained level and you got an angle off a flat baseline for latitude to set your tool up correctly. That's how it's done. Angles off flat planes. That's what the latitude system is. But you have to appreciate that for that angle on his tool, Dave McKeegan's equatorial mount, that is, to be accurate, that angle must be with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's why you level the tool. I mean, Dave's got this misapprehension that you stick tool sideways on walls, where the bubble's definitely not level anymore in the tool, right? The one that you need for the angle to Polaris. Go ahead.
Sorry, Neil, you going to say something?
No, I was just laughing the way Nathan said that. It's true. He sticks it on the side.
Hey, is that Dave McKeegan you're talking about, Nathan?
Yeah, I recently released a video in the last day or so about him doing this. So I reduced our discussion on Dave McKeegan down from an hour and a half, like we're doing now, to 10 minutes. So Dave McKeegan Doesn't Do Level, I think is the name of the short. Or that might be the live show. I'll look it up because I want to promote that video. I'm going to stick it in the chat now, actually, for people to go and watch it. But it's a very good summary. I just want to summarise why before you take over, Brian. The reason I'm promoting it is because for the first time with Dave McKeegan as an example, I've been able to utilise visual and verbal demonstration of how they turn the protractor of the angle measurement off a flat plane into the globe. So it, for me, is a good video. I'm hoping it'll get shared around a bit. So for that reason, I'm going to stick it in the chat now while Brian chats and hopefully covers me while I look for it.
Oh, no, I was just trying to confirm that it was Dave McKeegan. Dave McKeegan. Dave, it's definitely Flat McKeegan. Flat McKeegan.
Yeah, Dave, you can have to get angles to Polaris off a flat plane and therefore you can't get height. That guy.
McKeegan.
Yeah.
McKeegan.
Yeah.
Dave, you're going to need a container for that, McKeegan. That McKeegan.
Yeah. Dave, I'm going to affirm most of your arguments, McKeegan. Yeah.
Also known as triangles, McKeegan. Don't forget triangles.
Yeah. That's the one.
Let's measure Flat McKeegan. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I may actually play this out even for the live audience, just because I want the information out there, even if people aren't necessarily clicking on the video. I've just stuck it now in our live stream chat. So we were sharing whoever that videographer was. The link that's going by now is my video, because I want people to share it around, because I hope that over the next coming months we've already explained this. If you're not new here, you'll know this information, but it's been bits and pieces of we measure angles to Polaris. We're in the center of hell. those sorts of concepts people will be familiar with. But in the video I've just shared in the link, which is using Dave as the example with the equatorial mount, you can see how, when you put a protractor over your position measuring an angle to Polaris, you can call the protractor the globe. And that's what they've done. So I'm very keen for that video to get shared around as much as possible. So if you're in the live stream chat now, just click on it so you've got it in your history or something so you can go back and watch it. It's only about 10 minutes long. But I think it's a very, very useful video for people to get a concept across to them about how Earth is measured flat to get the globe to turn at 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, for example. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Polaris, they can't go to the center. That is all happening. All the latitude is within their paradigm, within their claim. You can see it in every diagram they ever make. They have to be claiming to be getting a series of tangents between that they're creating at a point on their globe, and they're getting an angle between their geometric globe horizon and Polaris. That's giving them their latitude. So it's not like, as you were pointing out earlier, like they can't claim a refracted horizon in that situation. But within that, they can't go to their center. It's all happening on their surface. It has to be, because that's where the origin of their globe comes from. Surface, flat Earth surface measurements between the visible sea horizon and Polaris. That's what they had to hijack. So they've yeah. So they can't go into the center with Polaris. They might use the center for other things. When it comes to Polaris and latitude, they've got to use their surface. That's what's so good about it.
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
surface
but
is flat.
the vertex is a point of two lines intersecting, but there's no curve in that for an angle.
No, but they have, I'm just saying, they
can't
have
even
to
argue.
claim. Sorry, John.
I was just saying, when they talk about refracted horizons, it doesn't matter. They don't have a seat at this table anymore. They're done.
No, but like it's nonsense to claim. We all know how much that is a refracted horizon. But the point being is that they can't go to the center of their globe for their latitude. They must be able to measure that on the surface of Earth. So if Earth is a globe, then out at sea, then they're measuring an angle between their geometric globe horizon and Polaris from their boat, from a tangent that they claim to be making underneath the boat. So that's what they're claiming to do. Right? Now, if that horizon that we're looking at out at sea, north of the equator, is not the physical geometric globe, edge of a globe, then the Earth is not a globe.
Right. They need
Have we proven that the horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe?
Yes, we have. Yeah. But before John takes you to the fact that we need flat planes to get all of these assertions, what Brian's basically saying is, even within their paradigm, when they're refracting and bending geometric positions that they've derived from flat plane angles, even then, when they say we're measuring latitude on a globe, then they fail the moment they refract their horizon. Even though they can't get curve angles and all the other things that we'd normally say, Brian likes to work within the paradigm to the point of failure, and he has done so with this. And it has definitely yielded fruit, because there's a nice little shortcut for me. Where do we go from refracted horizons? Do we, as we've done for 4 years, point out, well, that's the end of your globe assertion then? Earth curve is supposed to be a hill in the way. You're saying the hill's refracted? No. What's your definition of refraction? Well, none of those will refract a horizon, is where the argument goes thus far. That was pretty concise, I would say. Nice one. Me.
No, but that was important.
Hello. Now it goes, refracted horizon. How'd you get latitude on a globe? That's it. That's the end, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah. Over.
Done.
Yeah, I agree.
It was originally QE's. It was originally QE actually hit that first, not me. But I didn't realise he had hit it. I actually went at it and forgot. I actually forgot he actually had attacked Sean Hawkins with it, or made a joke about to Sean Hawkins about it.
Who cares? What you just said was they can't use the center of the Earth no more, so they have to go on the surface of the Earth. That's it. It's over, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, for latitude, they have to address their surface.
Yeah, latitude's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about any other part of celestial navigation. Just that one, just the elevation angles to Polaris between the horizons, sea horizon, visible sea horizon, and Polaris.
Yes.
That's no need to go anywhere else.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm lazy.
Right, but the if statements are impossibilities. Like you're just granting them if statements to show that they're impossibilities.
I stopped you doing it at the start. I'm not going to stop you doing it at the end. Fair enough, John. Yes, absolutely. We were in their paradigm, working it through to failure after begging several questions on their behalf. That's what Brian does well. He wants to get right into the paradigm and find the failure point after they've begged the question. Yes. But they need a flat plane to get radial values, to bend radial values for their refraction that isn't the horizon. Yeah, none of the old arguments, and it's notwithstanding any of those.
Stress testing.
Right. So even if they could win the argument, they're still on to a loser. It's
yes.
I don't know. It's giving them false hope, I believe.
It was false hope, and that's why I would have, and I know, without even racking my brain to think what was the exact time I did this, I would have opposed Brian for those reasons. Why are you doing it? Why are you in the paradigm with them? All you need is the baseline. All you need is the angle. Brian knows all this. It doesn't alter what they'll argue against him with, and he's still going to argue with them. And when they force you into their paradigm, for whatever reason, Brian's found his way out. But the fruit that bears is a direct connection between Black Swan and elevation angle measurement. That connection wasn't there till Brian had argued the toss. It might have been that QE argued the toss with Sean Hawkins first, therefore he deserves the ultimate credit. But it's you that's brought it to prevalence now.
Yeah, I made videos on it, completely forgetting the QE had pointed it out sometime prior to that. But I made videos on it, and I've pushed the point with them. And listen, this is just so you know, people who've come at me saying, in recent times, are you going to do McToon's challenge? No, he's heap of nonsense challenge. They think it doesn't prove a globe or disprove a flat plane. No, right, load of rubbish. I say, well, I've asked a couple of them, will Polaris be one of those? Right? No, get away from Polaris, I was told only recently. So, and I hadn't even asked them anything about Polaris. I spoke to this guy about latitudes with Polaris. So they are trying to avoid Polaris now.
So the plane that is necessitated in the angle measurement, they want to know how that angle measurement works on a plane.
Yeah, they want to know how, if you take that angle measurement from a plane and then use the same plane for a derivation from that plane to eye level, or eye level to that plane, that would infer a point below the horizon, below surface level, called a horizon that's geometric, a hill that would be getting in the way when you ignore perspective, how that which is now refracted, because that didn't even work, would work in their paradigm with latitude.
Don't say Polaris.
That is so. It just seems cruel to me. Like you're making them chase their tail at this point.
They're doing it. It's not Brian forcing them to, is it, Brian? That's what they've given you, isn't it? That's what you've had to react to. You've dealt with that reactively, haven't you, Brian? I'm assuming.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I brought them back to there because what I do is I focused on the flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. Right? They wanted to be messing around with the elevation angles to everything else. And I just pointed out that's the origin of your globe. So I'm going back to the origins of the globe, which is flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's where the globe comes from. It's the mathematical back engineering of those measurements gives them their globe. It's how they can. It's because that gave us the latitude and longitude grid that they were then able to mathematically turn into a globe.
Yep,
I'm bringing them back to the very origins.
Pause there. Yeah. That's the important bit. Once you know that is how they made the globe with those flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Once you know that, you don't need anything else. That's all you need to know. Everything starts with a flat Earth origin for their globe.
It went viral.
Yeah. Just 1 second, Nathan. I just add something to it. The reason I kept on going back there because that's the origin, right? That's where, and they tried to argue with me, right? And I was like, no, that's the origin. That's your origin. That's where you must claim to use the surface of Earth. So I'm bringing them back to a situation where they must claim that the Earth is a globe and that the horizon we're looking at is a physical geometric globe horizon, right? But they can't do that because they mathematically they can't make it work. They can't make anything work. So I'm bringing them back to a measurement that they can't make. And they can't even claim maths based on it because they would have to use the physical geometric age within their maths. So it's a kind of a 2-for-1, if you know what I mean.
Right, but those maths still have surface level as a horizontal plane.
They do. I just want to get through a bit more of this video. I just want to get through a bit more video.
This observation proves the Earth is flat. It's a beautiful event, one that I hope to see myself someday. The sun sets directly behind the distant Eiffel Tower located in France. Under the globe model, 155,500 feet should have been hidden behind the giant globe curvature.
In case you missed that, they've taken images that obviously aren't the Eiffel Tower of some pylon.
The Flat Earth community for years has been hanging their hat on images of stars and planets that have been taken with Nikon P900, P1000. These images show that stars and planets are not these crisp points or crisp images that we see that NASA has been putting out. But in fact,
who cares? Yeah, literally, who cares? Some of these lights in the sky, regardless of how they present in a P900, can be used to navigate the ground that's flat, with the angles you measure off that flat ground.
Well, NASA will tell you that themselves. They level their telescopes.
Yep. As will Dave McKeegan. Oh, my bad. Dave McKeegan will leave that bit out.
are distorted objects that are very colorful and look to be in some kind of watery environment.
And very useful for navigating the ground that we argue about being curve-shaped. Oh, no, definitely not. When we use these things and put them into practical application, we actually prove Earth's being measured flat and couldn't possibly be sphere-shaped. In fact, the measurements of them, with respect to a flat plane of reference, give you your globe models. Isn't that a shock?
The claim then is that the firmament is holding back the waters in heaven.
Is it? Not by me, it isn't. My claim was very specifically about the angle measurements to them off a flat plane when they're used in practical application in mapping and navigation. It had nothing to do with firmament and water and how they appear, and everything to do with where they're above at particular times. That's their GP positions, logged in something called an almanac, that requires Earth to be measured flat in order for you to acquire elevation angle measurements to them, so we can navigate the ground on the flat maps that they all are. I mean, what I might ask you, bunch of numpties making this video, is, where's your globe-shaped map? Because there isn't any. They're all flat. They have to be to work with elevation angle measurements to these stars that you're barking on about with false dichotomies and false comparisons and stereotyping fallacies where we all say they're being held back by the watery firmament. No, we point out how the Earth's measured flat to navigate with them.
And it got me thinking. In astronomy, we use this technique called adaptive optics. Now, adaptive optics is a way to actually improve the image quality that we take. What I mean by that is that no matter how large your telescope is, the atmosphere is always going to...
Atmo what now? Atmosphere? That sounds like an oxymoron. Oh, it is. Air? Atmo. That's a mixture of gases. Gases take the shape of their containment. That's how we develop gas pressure. It's the force exerted on the walls of the container. End quote, NASA. So, as you've referenced them, they would describe the force exerted on the walls of a container, end quote, NASA, as how we develop gas pressure. You have just asserted that we've got an oxymoronic sphere-shaped air without containment. Atmosphere, you say? Way to beg the question of a second law of thermodynamics violation. Sphere-shaped air without containment? No. You see, that part of your vernacular is only in place because we have a sky vacuum claim that you're now going to have debunked by me, because you used a word that is nonsensical and oxymoronic. That would be atmosphere. No, the sky's not a vacuum, yeah? And your belief in a sphere-shaped air without containment won't alter gas behaviour. That is to say, it disperses into whatever space it's got. And what do you know? You think you've got a space above your head that the gas isn't dispersing into because it's sphere-shaped? Definitely not.
Blur it out in one way or another.
Atmosphere is built on the idea of density gradient starting where?
Sea level. You'll need a flat Earth to describe atmosphere. That's nuts.
Good old NASA.
And so when we look at the night sky with adaptive optics, we can take a little bit of the image that we take, we can use that and analyze what the light is doing as
on this level turntable, right? This opening rotates so you can expose the telescope to various parts of the sky. And as John pointed out, the telescope's leveled. Yeah? I mean, I don't know, again, I'll point out that in Dave's depiction, after not mentioning that fact, he had telescopes on sidewalls. You know, crazy nonsense that would definitely not put the bubble in the middle of the telescope, as is required when you level it to the equatorial plane. Again, like I say, these disingenuous liars on the globe side will just omit various aspects of what must be done when dealing with the stars.
As it passes through the atmosphere.
That's an oxymoron.
And then we can distort the mirror or lens to compensate, to essentially zero that out so that we get the most crisp, in focus, detailed picture that we could possibly get.
And what's that used for? They've gone to all this trouble to get a really detailed picture. Beyond the detailed picture itself, how is that useful? Can you give me a practical application for this work that's been done? I'll give you a second. Anybody on the panel, if they want to interject and tell me what a practical, useful application for this process is, feel free.
You can make up a story about it, that it's 40 trillion light years away, and
No,
it's
practical.
about X size. And all right,
practical,
okay.
Useful, as in do something with it.
Well, it'd be useful if you were trying to deceive people.
No, I mean, physically useful and practical in an applied way to Earth, not as an implied religious belief that you forced upon people with distances inferred with stories taken from flat Earth measurements of angles to stars to insert a sphere belief. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, is there a practical application for this? Same thing I asked.
No, then there isn't.
What about using the stars for navigation off a flat plane with measurements of angles with respect to that flat plane? Is that useful?
Well, that would be, but this is different. This is like astronomy, looking at the star itself and studying the actual star or light itself, as opposed to using it purely as a part of a measurement.
What, a measurement of Earth to navigate Earth for the mapping of Earth?
What I discovered was that Nikon was actually doing the reverse. When you set the Nikon for best night viewing, what the camera does is it recognizes you're trying to take an image of a star or planet, and it then does adaptive optics in the reverse. When you take an image, it analyzes the atmosphere and then exacerbates. It makes that blurring worse. And it constantly distorts the lens randomly so that you really get this beautiful distorted patterns of blues and yellows and this really beautiful mosaic of this watery environment.
The other problem I have is the video record button right here.
I mean, that wasn't far off the truth, because I actually had this issue with a few people who put these videos out, again, about 10 years ago, of the stars looking like they looked in that footage. And I said, that isn't how it looks through my telescope at all. So there's something else going on here. I don't know what. I don't know in that camera. But I remember someone coming along after the fact and saying, you just need to make it focus in a certain way. And he had a technique where you dropped a piece of paper in front of the lens for a second, or something like that. And it just adjusted it and got it to snap into the kind of image that I was used to seeing through my telescope. So to a degree, I don't know if that was farce or what, because that was a pretty, an explanation that there's something going on that's not right, and whether or not his explanation was true in the technical sense isn't necessarily relevant.
Because did you know that this thing is limited to 30-minute videos?
Go on, Neil.
The Christians jumped on that to assert that, you see,
there's water and the firmament is holding the water back. They jumped on that. That's what they did.
Yeah, I remember people comparing it to stars in a jar that they'd created with sound with these giant vats of water with transparent casings, and you could create a star inside them. You know, like what looked like a star from very close proximity.
Now, how are we supposed to do a 15?
Hold on. So Neil said Christians jumped on that. I was Christian. I'm a Christian. I didn't jump on it.
Not all Christians.
No,
you know
it
what
was
I'm saying.
well, it was one specific one. It was Celebrate Truth, which is Robbie Davidson, who very specifically went on that and gave.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well that's
Wasn't
a
this
Christian.
Wasn't this debunked like in 2016 or something?
Yes. Yeah, it's almost like they're reminiscing for the good old days with these arguments and debunks for them.
Degree per hour video when we only have 30 minutes of video time.
14 gives us 174. 174 multiplied by 9 gives us 1,500.
Just so the audience is aware, this is the same joke that was done, got credited, done again, had the credit taken away, and now this is the third rendition, just in case you weren't aware. My bad. In case you were laughing too much for me to be heard over the top of your own laughter.
66 and 1,560.
Just you saying numbers, Dave. This isn't funny.
66. Take away 900 leaves us
with a very flat joke.
It's not a coincidence, people.
What's not a coincidence? You should have put a funny word in there for a punchline. Oh, feed line, punchline.
Wake up.
It's not a coincidence, wake up after you did a load of maths and didn't give a word? I mean, when Russian Vids does it, he says, look, that comes out to orange. Or whatever he does. I mean, if you're going to take the mick out of a target audience, at least know how you can parody the feed line punchline that you're taking out, extrapolating out from what you see as absurd. Ugh.
Nathan, it's funny you said a minute ago, the good old days. Because if you think about it, most of what's in this is just basically a harking back to the good old days of 2015, very early 2016, not all of 2016, when they thought that they had an argument to make. Because it was kind of after early 2016 that things really ramped up and became very, very difficult well, technically it's 2015, but I don't know why they're ignoring that they couldn't show us our curve in 2015. But it was definitely very early 2016 when things started turning very bad for them. So this is what they want. They're trying to go back to a flat earth group of flat earthers who were naive, which we were in 2015.
Yep, I agree.
Sorry, no going back.
Where do I start? I'm Jerry Williams, though most folks know me as Greater Sapien on YouTube. For 12 years, I've been unraveling the mysteries of science, trying to shine a light.
Didn't this guy rip a load of people off for ticket money?
There was 20,000 went missing, and he said someone ripped him off of it. I don't know.
He's back, feeling good.
On the dark corners of misinformation. Then, about a year ago, everything just stopped. It started when I rented a night.
Background.
You're ruining his timing. If he's got any comedic timing, I wanted to see if he had it, but fine, go ahead.
He doesn't have any. You know, he's a baller. He doesn't have any.
Well, we'll just decide that before we hear it. But go ahead, Brian.
I don't have to. What the 20,000 was for is he was supposed to be flying, to paying someone to charter a flight or whatever to go across Antarctica. Remember, that was the thing. 2017 about. He was going to fly straight across Antarctica from South America, I think it was, from very southern Chile to South Africa or something, or Australia, in a direct straight line across Antarctica. And the money went missing, and the people he was hiring turned out to be a fad company. I don't know why someone would set up a fad company, charter company. I don't know, but I don't know what all that's about. But yeah, 20,000 went missing, and he never made that flight. No way.
Just as a curiosity, to fly straight down on their globe, you'd have to follow a line of longitude, wouldn't you?
You would, yes.
Oh no, there is no longitude on a globe.
The longitude's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to the sun. Where we get the time denotations on the maps, right?
Longitude is but longitude is actually a direct straight line measurement from the GP of Polaris. It's the little sections along the longitude line that denotate the latitude. But longitude is a straight line distance from the GP of Polaris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so they can't have that. They don't get longitude.
On P1000 to do some horizon observations. After taking about 10 minutes of footage, I noticed the camera was processing for very...
Why would you be doing horizon observations? I mean, this guy earlier in the video lent on his notions of the horizon just being all distorted and all the anomalies, right? And then he called the people who would be assessing horizons stupid. So, I mean, I don't know if you've caught this, as it's you that's edited this video, guy who's in the little thumbnail on my timeline. Well, is this guy now stupid? Because the horizon's useless, right? It's refracted as far as you're concerned. I mean, you didn't actually lay down a rebuttal to the Black Swan, you just inferred that the people who saw an anomaly from Nikon were stupid. Okie dokie. Meanwhile, this guy's now about to lean on the horizons. What, Earth curve? Let's see what he's got to say about the horizon.
Very long time. Like, long time. So I decided to flex my 1990s hacker skills, Black Hack 97 for life, and found a feature hidden in the subsystem of the camera. AI image generating software designed to manipulate the perception of reality itself, making the Earth appear flat in photos. I know.
And you wish.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. They wish that this was the truth. They're making a parody April Fool's video about something that they wish was the case. They wish all this was true.
It's called wishful thinking, the mentality.
Yes. And just so you know, this guy there, Jerry, Greater Sapien, he was one of the #1 super. The horizon is blocking things because it's geometric. He was one of those guys, without saying the word geometric. It was all curve, all curve, all curve. The horizon was all curve. Remember, Nathan, this guy couldn't stop with the horizon being all curve.
Yeah, I remember.
Stop.
Yeah, it used to be. It's all of them. It's not just him. All of them until 1st of Jan 2020 said the horizon was a hill getting in the way called Earth curve. Yeah, that's based on this maths. Yeah, look at our maths. Look at how the hill's getting in the way of these images. Look at how it's always a white swan. Then we show how it's beyond the maths. They go, it's a refracted horizon. What, a refracted hill blocking boats and buildings?
Sounds crazy, but that's what I found. So as soon as I dug deeper, my world turned upside down. My computer files started to self-destruct. I'd open a folder and poof, a tutorial on perspective, gone. Refraction demos, gone. My folder on Verizon build.
This is more leakage. Yeah, we remember you telling us it was a hill, Greater Sapien. So you've been looking into perspective and hills getting in the way? Earth curve geometry, refraction of horizons? Been looking into it? I wonder why. I mean, given how crap the argument of the Black Swan is, why would you need to be looking into this? It's just a hill getting in the way, right? It used to be.
He said perspective.
This ain't leakage. This is perspective.
He said perspective, John, yeah.
Is that refracted perspective?
No, that's flare. No, that's flare perspective.
It's flare perspective. Yeah, Greater Sapien. You'll remember flare perspective, right? Why are you looking into that? Everything takes place in orthographic view, Greater Sapien. Don't you know your own maths? The one that says it's a hill, Earth curve. the one that's now refracted into a non-geometric position. A complete ballsy when it comes to latitude lines on the ground, measured with respect to the horizon that can't be refracted. But you worry about these things. Put them into a parody video. We'll call it what it is. Leakage.
No, it's not leakage, Nathan. They're gushing.
Yeah, gushing.
Gone. Turns out I'd misspelled Verizon as Horizon, so that was on me. But this
yeah, because we put down to a simple error in typing, really. Is it a hill getting in the way, Greater Sapien? It was before 2020.
tells you the extent that this is going. Every attempt to make a video exposing this conspiracy resulted in technical malfunctions I'd never seen before. Cameras shutting down, lights flickering, you name it. There were
I can't think of another joke.
nights I was genuinely afraid for my life. Imagine
why? You know, for that to be funny, it would have to have some connection. But it doesn't.
He's taking a piss. He's taking a piss out of Arwen. Yes, he is.
Oh, is he?
Feeling the weight of an entire flat Earth community against you, all because you discovered a conspiracy by one of the world's leading camera manufacturers to promote the biggest scientific hoax of the century.
Yeah, you wish.
Scientific.
Yeah, again, it hasn't been around long enough to realise that, yeah, we used to have people like him and Rumpus tell us that the whole body of science proved we're on a globe. Yeah, then Quantum Eraser came along and said, do you not remember 5th grade science? Cause and effect relationships, hypothesis construction, experiment based on the hypothesis you constructed after watching something happen in nature. They didn't know that when they said the whole body of science proved a globe. Still wired into this guy. He's taken some time off so he can get away with his scams.
Sorry, Nathan.
I'm done.
I'm just saying, he actually somehow, because of his 20,000 gone missing thing, he got to avoid QE, didn't he? He just never ended up where QE was. So he's been missing for years, and now suddenly he's back. Let's
What's he
hope
talking
that he
about?
runs into us.
Talk about Earth curve, perspective, and now science. It's like catch up, isn't it?
Yes.
It sounds ludicrous, but
Have they mentioned
there I
it again,
was.
but not mentioned 90 yet?
No one's mentioned 90, no. Shh, don't mention 90. We shouldn't have
Well, I
mentioned
mean,
90. There might be
Greater
Globers
Sapien-
watching. There's 117 people watching. I suspect one of them's got wind of the fact that we are covering their video. So don't mention 90.
And I have to correct you on something, Nathan.
I had to lay low.
You said
Go on, he's not talking anything exciting. Go ahead.
you said since 2020, but the other day when I Googled it, they still had boats going over the horizon and buildings being blocked at a distance. So they haven't stopped. Earth curve is still a hill to them.
Now you leave a gap.
Stop making videos. But it wasn't just about self-preservation. There was a part of me that felt
It's only about self-preservation. That's obviously more leakage.
betrayed. I'd spent years advocating for critical thinking and scientific literacy.
Did you? No, I don't think you did, mate. I remember what you did do.
Scientific literacy.
That's what I was going to ask. What's that, QE? You holding back on us?
It's a method used to establish the effect that you've observed in nature and its cause.
Only to be silenced by the very tools I use to document the world around us.
Documenting the world isn't science. You don't know what science is, mate.
But now, with this documentary, it's time to step back into the light. The truth is too important to stay hidden. Nikon's attempt to reshape our perception of the world quite literally needs to be exposed. And for me, it's time to set the record straight, not just about the shape of the Earth, but about the lengths that some will go to obscure the truth.
More projection.
This is just the beginning.
Go on, Brian.
Like not chartering a plane to go across Antarctica.
The real work starts now.
You know, they had to sit around and think to themselves, you know what? Let's make a video where we try to make Nikon cameras part of a conspiracy, and that'll be funny.
Yeah.
They thought they actually sat around and they agreed on this.
Well, no, this guy has come up with it. The guy who's made the video, who I assume is the guy sat in the car. Brian said it is. I don't know if that's the case or not. But either way, if this is the videographer / editor, he's thought this is funny. He's put it to the other lads and gone, would you do a collab? And they've gone, yeah, of course. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah, but the end is very telling, Nathan. What he says at the very end.
I hope that you enjoy this as much as I did.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. We took out information, extrapolated leakage, things like that. I don't know about enjoyed.
Obviously, it's fake. Obviously, it's just a mockumentary. It's just for fun.
No freaking way. No, I won't have it. I won't have it. I was sucked in. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Although I was surprised how easily people could find evidence for something that I just invented, right? Nikon is not behind anything here. And maybe the bigger story to tell here is that it is indeed easy. When you focus on a story, when you focus on an outcome, you will always find evidence. When
Hold on, he's spitting some truth here.
There it is.
It's his affirmation of bias. Let's I want to hear that again. Just let's hear all the way through.
I want you to go back. But what I was stopping it was just to say he's admitting that Nikon, when we're looking with Nikon cameras, we are seeing the truth. Because he just admitted that his own video is just a mockumentary. So when we're looking with Nikon cameras and we're seeing things that if we were on a globe would be hidden by the Earth curve, then the truth is that we're just seeing them.
to tell here is that it is indeed easy. When you focus on a story, when you focus on an outcome, you will always find evidence. When, you know, you're a little biased, when you just cherry pick your way through whatever you can find. And
so, if you're focused on a story, like the globe is a story, then you'll find your way to affirm your bias in the story and cherry pick your way to affirming your bias in the globe story. Yeah, that's right. We don't do that here. We're not interested in your beliefs, anyone else's beliefs, when we highlight to people like you that Earth's being measured flat, navigated flat, mapped flat, built on flat. Earth is flat by demonstration, not debate, not my belief versus your belief, not false dichotomy. Earth's measured flat for your sphere belief to come to fruition. Specifically, elevation angle measurements to Polaris. The minimum giving you your radial value to base every aspect of your belief on.
if you connect all the dots that you need to connect to, you know, force the result, I guess.
Yeah, the globe result for you. We forged all the dots of measurements. The measurement dots show it's measured flat. Go ahead, Neil.
I was going to say, that's pure projection, what they're doing.
So that would be like if you use the horizontal plane as surface level to try to assert that the apparent conjunction of surface level with the sky is below surface level. That would be an attempt to affirm your own bias. I agree.
Yep. You'll need a flat earth to do it, but they affirm their bias by using a flat earth. That is the situation.
Out there.
I must say it again.
Go on.
That him saying that this was only a mockumentary means that when we're looking at objects in the distance with a P900 or P1000, and we're seeing objects that they would claim or should be hidden by a globe's Earth curve, then we're just seeing them.
Yes, that is self-evident. We are just seeing them.
Of nonsense. A couple of weeks ago, I was like anticipating for my 1,000 subscriber special. So big thank you for everybody who prefers my videos over some other useful thing to watch.
So, hopefully my mods will stick a link right now in the YouTube chat. Hopefully we'll grow your subscriber base even more if people come along and like what you do. Obviously, we'd love to share in the YouTube algorithmic love. And hopefully, were you to make a response to the measurements of Earth, as opposed to telling us about how your journey through affirmation takes you to your bias of a globe. Hopefully, you'll just address the fact that it's measured flat to get there, because that's what we point out. But hopefully, my mods will be sticking a link to your video so you can let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There's well over 100 people, 120 odd people watching live now. So let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully do the same for us, as would be the case for any videographer that we shared their link out and sent my audience their way. We'd hope they'd do the same for us in return. Go ahead, whoever's desperate to get over the top of that call to action.
I would object to useful. He described his videos as useful. I would like to see where the globe Earth is useful for anything.
It isn't. It's surplus to requirements. I used to say redundant. It's inserted on top of the flat plane. It's just the protractor that you measure through off the flat plane. Go on, who's off mute?
It's contradictory to measurements. It's not surplus or redundant. It's contradictory.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of useful.
Yes. It may be derived from the protractor. I can infer at radial value 3959, but that's not useful because you're not on the surface of what is inferred sphere wrapped around you on a flat plane. You're never in hell. It's not practically applied to anything, for navigation, mapping, building, anything. Earth is actually dealt with flat, measured flat, navigated flat.
And then the 1st of April came. So I thought, why not, start a little thing? And it quickly grew out of my own control.
You know, when you do a gag, number one, it should be self-evident by the end to those in the know, but still be funny to those who aren't. And you shouldn't have to explain it. It should go without saying.
Which I'm very happy about that it happened. So I have to thank all the people that sent me stuff that I could, smash together.
I thank Twangles and Billy Bob and old dude with a weird accent. Thank them all.
Don't forget Planet Walk. She was brilliant.
Better.
Greater Sapien.
Did they say some derogatory slur about him or what?
What you just watched. Thank you, everybody. I don't make this kind of silly stuff normally. It's a bit more serious, but it definitely is about debunking and the nonsense.
Yes, he does. He makes a lot of silly stuff.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. You don't typically make stuff that's...
He hasn't debunked nothing.
No, but he did share his pain about the Black Swan in this, and Greater Sapien shared his pain about horizons that he used to claim were Earth curve getting in the way of stuff in a physical way. I mean, in a physical refracted way now, and he needs to wrap his head around that with respect to perspective and science.
Nathan, when this is over, click on the guy's icon to go to his channel and check out some of his videos.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look.
And if you want to see more of my content, well, why not subscribe? And if you're looking for who was playing here, all the links of the channels are in the description of you.
There won't be for me because I'm not going to go to that extent. But what we'll do is share your video, mate, and hopefully we'll get you some traffic. And as we've spent a significant period covering the video, I'm going to even give you a like, which I don't normally do. So there you go. Hopefully you get a bit of algorithmic love coming your way from my channel. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. I am going to take Brian's advice and actually have a look at a random video that I'm going to pick from his video section, which is up here. We're going to go back 2 or 3 videos. How a flat earther liked 16 times. On that one, or I did what Ben should have done. Taboo conspiracy. We'll have a look at that.
With great sorrow, I inform you all about the lies Ben from Taboo Conspiracy has spread on the internet.
So immediately attacking the man's character as lying. So that's your opener. Okay, let's see if he adheres to that standard. That's a bold claim.
I am following the comments.
Will obviously have the standards of lying. It'll be untrue, and you'll prove his motivation to tell an untruth he was aware of.
And it is really, really
I think
sad
I
to
watched
see
some of
how
this
many
video.
people don't question anything the guy puts out. Yesterday, Ben released a video where he showed 12 stunning photos taken on our beautiful globe, all being evidence for this globe.
Why is it out of fear that you don't want to actually give him his dues with the title of the video being the title? You have to retitle his video to Globe. I mean, a minute ago, I heard a character telling me about how people will seek out their bias. So when you see a title about on our beautiful flat Earth, in your mind, you rephrase it to your little bias that you're searching for. How very telling that you would tell us about a story of journeying through bias. Interesting, very telling. Go on, Brian, did you want to add something?
No, I think I'm pretty sure I saw some of this video. I might have even commented on it. Just because the very first thing I remember that was like, straight away, he's calling the man a liar. It's like, I mean, someone could be wrong. That doesn't make them, even if he is wrong, and I'm not saying Ben is, I don't remember what it's about. But that doesn't make him a liar. To call someone a liar immediately is pretty strong. It's pretty strong, isn't it?
It's scummy. It's just a guy, what he wants to do is attack the man's character for the audience immediately. Know this, audience. The person I'm dealing with is a liar.
The time you say that is at the end of the video.
Yeah, when you show that he's
proven it.
Yeah, when you show that he's wrong and show that he knew he was wrong. That's the standard for that claim.
Somehow evidence for a flat Earth. And how does he do that? By not checking his sources, using calculations for an entirely other planet, not this one, by showing examples where refraction is clearly making objects visible that otherwise would be obscured by the horizon.
That's Skunk Bay. Would be obscured by the horizon. Which one? Because you're showing images that are in the foreground. Go on.
The Skunk Bay footage does not have a horizon in it. That's absurd. It has mountains meeting the sky. That does not conform to the definition of horizon.
Yeah.
And by not presenting any flat Earth calculations whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure you just had the Earth curve maths calculator on screen. When you say didn't present any flat Earth calculations, the globe Earth calculations you just had on screen are derived from surface level in those maths. So in the globe claim to be Earth curve, that is maths, it utilizes a measurement of surface level, which is flat. So he has. Your globe measurements include flat Earth measurements, because your measurements are flat Earth measurements. Your inference is that Earth has a sphere edge below surface level, which is measured as flat in those calculations. So you're just ignorant of your own maths.
He starts with showing fisheye footage, where the horizon is distorted to start his narrative.
Okay, and you're going to back that claim?
I thought fisheye lenses were forbidden in the flat Earth community.
He called it a narrative. When you're making a video, Ben's videos are never a narrative. A narrative is, well, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, is that not close to an agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben doesn't seem to have an agenda.
This guy has an agenda to smear Ben as a liar and then say that, because of your strawman suggestion by stereotype that fisheye lenses are forbidden by flat Earth. What the bloody hell are you babbling about?
And should be laughed at as hard as possible.
No, we debunk it with the Black Swan. Something you must have been aware of, given that this is only a 3-month-old video, and you've managed to prepare an entire claim to be humorous narrative, incorporating the Black Swan argument. So, do we claim that the horizon's a problem because of fisheye lenses? Or are you acutely aware that the horizon's not at the geometric limitations laid down in your Earth curve maths that were on screen and require a flat plane to derive them from?
Well, dear flat earthers, here is your opportunity. The next shot he showed.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, Earth's not a sphere edge horizon based system in your maths because it derives those maths from surface level, and we debunked the claim that below surface level geometric horizons, marked with an X and labelled horizon in those maths, could be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as the maths infers, because the Black Swan image shows they're not at those geometric hill-based limitations when you infer that we've got an Earth curve hill. We haven't. So, thank you for the opportunity. I don't think I needed it offering.
Shared is from No Donk Records, a German flat earther who has been caught cheating, lying, and falsely accusing both me and others.
Because. And you weren't because.
Evidence of.
Yeah, just no baseless assertion.
Check my 2 videos on the topic. I find it very strange that Ben ignored all the evidence and still went with spreading the lie. Also, the footage comes from a space company. And then the fun starts, because Ben is about to share 12 photos that he claims are impossible on a globe, and there are 2 new ones that I haven't seen before. So this part 1 here is going to focus on these 2, and there is a lot to reveal, I promise.
I agree with him in a way. Like, why are we talking about what's impossible on a globe? It's flat. It's flat. That's just all it is to it.
Ben watches.
We don't have to explain why the emperor is closed.
Ben's still in those old arguments, unfortunately, and I like Ben a lot. But, you know, I mean, I know he watches the show. Whether or not he's appreciative of how the arguments moving forward for us in 2024 isn't necessarily something I would foist upon Ben. You know, he's not as closely associated with us as some others are. Go ahead.
Well, impossible on a globe. Elevation angles, air travel, gas pressure without a container. How many more things do I have to go into?
Why would you be
the
doing
things that necessitate a flat plane, why would you even bring globe into it?
That's what I was just driving at. Yeah, why would you?
You're inviting an argument and it seems cruel because they're obviously ignorant.
We need to start positioning our arguments slightly differently as universal, unisex, like a transgender argument. That is to say that what they thought was our positioning of a proof for a flat Earth is actually an evidence for a globe. This is how a globe comes to fruition. You first measure this flat plane that we're standing on, and then you take that measurement and say that it's spherical. And then you wrap these latitude lines that are measured flat around that spherical surface. Do you see how your globe comes to be? Well, we're now in a privileged position because we know more about how the globe comes to fruition than the globers do. We know the origins of their religion now, don't we? We didn't a couple of years ago. But we know what was it that you called it, John? The genesis of their globe measurements. And they're flat. So we need to start leaning on this. What do you think? They don't know that, do they?
If we lean on it anymore, we're going to break. But nobody's catching on.
Yeah, I'm suggesting it like it's a new idea. It's the whole premise of what I'm moving forward in 2024 with. Your globe's measured flat, Earth's measured flat. Yeah. Neil.
You can lean on facts, but they won't break. Facts won't break, ever. That's why they're facts.
But
yeah, that's what I'm
year, Nathan.
Say again, QE.
Not your year.
Not my year. It's QE's day, though. Are you storm-ridden?
Little bit shaking around the edges, but still here.
So is there a QE live is what I'm driving at? We've got a live audience of over 100 people.
Yes, there is today QE live. How not to debate flat Earth. We're going to go over the Boy Zero Sky Grifter and the little special bunny.
Boy Zero Sky Grifter. I assume
that sounds so good.
I assume you mean Wits It Gets It. No?
Good
yes?
assumption.
Yeah, okay. So be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel tonight at... Tell me. Clocks have just gone forward.
Changed again.
8 p.m. UK time, correct?
Now, 1 p.m. US Central, 7 p.m. UK.
Our clocks have just gone forward.
It's 7.
Okay, 7. 7 p.m. UK, 1 p.m. Central Standard. Be here or be sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel Anything else you want to plug?
And there's a special, I think it's about 1 minute, 7-second bonus. You're going to love this.
I was going to run my video. Should I do that? We've been running for quite a considerable amount of time. Instead of running it, I'm just going to plug it again by posting a link to it. I know I've plugged everyone else's videos, right? But what I'm going to do now is plug something that I want people to share because of the way that the information's being laid out. So with that, I'll say it is actually going by right now in the live stream. So pick that link up, either put it in your history, because we're going to continue if you're watching this and it's an after show. So stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. But either way, there'll be a link going by in one of those live stream chats for the premiering stream or for this live stream right now, where you can go to that video after this live stream ends. But with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ Panels for making today's live show possible. Also, a massive thank you to all of you in the live stream audience for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Smash that link that's going by in the live stream chat. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
I added the second part.
Yeah, it goes together well.
It does. Rolled off the tongue.
Y'all are going to upset.
I hope we iron things out with people like Witsit, you know. Maybe I'm just getting nostalgic again for rekindling hope in people like Jaron and Witsit. But it'd be nice if they were actually adhering to good arguments, would it not?
Of course it would, but they're not. Which leads me to believe, I don't want to get conspiratorial.
Shills! Shills! A lot of them! Did you not hear what I said about Eric Debay earlier?
No, I've been driving, so I missed it. What happened with Eric Debay?
I know, it was about 4 weeks ago. He made a video going, let's actually weigh up the evidence here. People say that Flat Earth's a psyop, therefore I'm a shill CIA agent. When in reality, I'm struggling by on the poverty line. I'm self-published. I give my books away for free. And NASA are raking in 70 million a day. Which one's the government paid psyop? The Globe or me? And when you look at it in that context, when he laid it out so raw, I'm like, yeah. I can't really fault the logic.
Well, now, Debay and you aren't betting people $5,000 every day, are you?
No, but I'm sure he's capable. I'm sure I'm capable. Doesn't make me a shill, doesn't make him a shill is the point. And therefore doesn't make Jaron and Witsit shills. That's my point overall.
I might have something juicy here. I thought this was only a 1 minute clip. Sorry to sidetrack the discussion over to scammers.
Am I playing it or are you?
Say again?
Am I playing it or are you?
Now, I thought it was only a 1 minute thing. I was going to play 1 minute before we got into Boy Zero this evening. But I hit the main video. It's 4 hours and 12 minutes. And it's from, I think you just did a video on this guy. Oh, this is going to be special for you. I think was it Justin Peters? The minister?
Pastor, yeah.
The pastor?
Yeah. Guy, yeah.
10 days ago, let's talk about the shape of the earth with Justin Peters. He's interviewing, guess who?
94.
Yeah. And an ISS astronaut. You want this, Nathan? Let me grab it. I'll send it to you. You won't look at your messages, though.
Well, did you see the thing that 10th Man posted a few days ago about that guy, Justin Peters?
No.
Yeah. He got called out on, what was the name of the paper, Neil? There's a Christian paper.
Oh, it was the Genesis Man. I think that's the guy's name.
Christian publication, anyway. Calling him out because calling him a disgrace for the way he's attacked people who are flat earthers, considering he's a pasta.
This ought to be good. This ought to be good because I haven't heard Danny in a long time. So after all the times he's been in these chats, who the fuck is Tover talking me?
Well,
Oh, roboting Neo. I should have known.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, robot. Oh, meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's head on back there. This might be, I'm thinking this is going to be a gem. 4 hours? My God. With Danny Faulkner?
Not the whole thing. Huey, the thing with Danny Faulkner is about 2 hours long. And the other 2 hours is the couple other guys.
Oh, is this Mighty Mush who sent it to me?
Yes, sir. And I left the clips yesterday in Skype for Nathan. I thought he was supposed to review it, but I guess he forgot about it, and then we moved on. So I sent you your clips. So, I think it's worth the treatment.
Thank you very much. I'll give a short treatment on the 1 minute one that you sent. But it's going to take a while for me to get through the 4 hour, even the 2 hour part.
Yep.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
My pleasure, man.
It was an unintentional robot,
by the way.
Say again.
Sorry, I was just asking where is 10th Man these days? I feel like I've not heard him on for ages.
Taking care of his wife.
10th Man is, his personal thing with his wife. He's taking care of her. So a lot of people think that he left because this has turned into a crap show. That's not the case at all.
Temp's in the right place. Right now, he's exactly where he should be, and that's looking after his wife. And I think if anybody's out there, just take a minute, say a prayer for that family. What Temp's doing is one of the bravest and most loving things any husband can do, and that's to make sure he's there all the time for his wife. And times like this, silly little things like the shape and nature of the earth are so irrelevant. Love to you.
Exactly. Sorry, Adam. That's exactly what I said in a comment the other day. Hold on. Let me finish. Adam's 100% right.
That was a very well-timed moment of reflection. Now, hearts go out to 10th. What a crap position.
Yeah, and he still manages to keep in touch. I get some messages here and there. I know you do too, Nathan.
Yeah, I do, yeah. It's one of them, you don't know what to say. I often will just send him like a hand wave. And all I'm really saying is, I'm thinking about you. But if I mention anything I'm thinking about him, it's going to make him miserable. So rather than saying, this is what I'm thinking about you at the moment, and it's sad, like you're in my prayers, for instance, might be something I could say to him, but I don't want to. I just want to wave at him and go, you're in my thoughts. You can extrapolate out whatever. A hand wave is good enough sometimes. I'm not saying I always send a hand wave to him. I've had a little discussion about something with him recently, but that's not what I'm saying. Anyway.
Yeah, what I do, and it's the thing, the only thing you can do in that situation is I don't talk about it at all to him. When he talks with me, I deal with other stuff. Obviously, I wish him well, but I don't quit it because you can't understand it. If you haven't been through that same thing, you can't fully understand. You can't empathize improperly. You know what I mean?
Whatever you say to 10th is appreciated. I said if you need anything and I could do anything, let me know. That's all. Say hello like Nathan does. But I tell you what, I learned a lot from him just from this, man. Learn how to be a husband. That's for sure.
Yeah, and you want to know that when you're doing that and your priorities are so much beyond your friends or what you know, for me it's work, but when you show that that's where your priorities lie, you want those people who you interact with to show that you're not just instantly forgotten. In fact, quite the opposite. You're in the forefront of our mind constantly. That's the reality, right? So you want to. It's hard to convey that to somebody. With sorry, it's just a hand wave, like I said earlier. But yeah, if I was ever in that position, I'd want the people around me when my focus was completely on something else to be like on me, as in no, my focus is elsewhere, and as good friends, your focus should be on me, not the other way around. You know, and you don't necessarily need me to reply. So I'd occasionally, because 10th would be sporadic in his replies, I'd send him another hand wave, like the last one went ignored, and I'm like, he'll probably see it. Like me, when I see messages and completely ignore them because I haven't got time to reply, it's still been recognised. So you think, yeah, well, he just knows I'm thinking about him. So in a week, when he hasn't replied, I'll send him another one. And even if he doesn't reply to that, it's like, we're thinking about you, or I am in this moment. That's why I've sent him a wave. Because at that very moment, I've gone, oh, man, 10th. That's it.
And that's perfect. Can you let D Rose in? He just sent me a message. He's trying to get in.
Tell him no, you can get lost. No, I'm only joking. Just tell him to try again.
Unless he's excommunicated.
How many Rotten Tomatoes
I've
do we
heard
give that guy's video then?
He deserves the whole crate.
Does it get half a tomato?
I give him a full globe on a flat plane.
I thought it was quite good. I like videos like that, where the motive is slightly buried behind an ulterior motive, in this case, humour. Because I think they're probably the most telling videos.
Do you want to hear some information?
I'm very much against information, actually, Brian. I don't know why you'd even ask. I'm quite put out by that.
I do well. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Come on, Brian, give us the info.
Me and Mitchell have been expanding on the flat Earth map, let's just say. And the way to determine, or somewhat determine, the positions of places, latitudes, yeah, no bothers with latitudes, right? Don't have arguments with latitudes. Don't see a reason to have an argument with latitudes. But the longitude positions, obviously, as I pointed out in the past, they're the issue. So I've been looking into it, and Mitchell's been looking into it. And all the discrepancies, when you look into when you use UTC time, because UTC times gives you the standard time of a location. Standard time means it's alignment with Greenwich Mean Time, right? Basically, that's what it is, right? UTC just took over from Greenwich Mean Time, same exact thing, different term, right? But that works only on a flat plane. You can't have UTC or Greenwich Mean Time on a globe. It only works on a flat plane, which is why within UTC time, there is only 2 hours of difference between Newcastle, north of Sydney, and Perth in Western Australia. Whereas there's 3 hours between Charleston in South Carolina and Long Beach, California, right, over the same distance. Both of those examples are on the 32nd degree latitudes, north and south. But if you have done what, like I've done in recent days, and Mitchell's been doing, and go through all the different cities across the world and check out their actual location in relation to other cities via UTC time, wow, the perversion is unbelievable, right? Because even with the UTC time, they try to add in things to try and pervert you there. Time and date, and they try and pervert you within UTC time. Like, there's maps, and you'd see one city and another city above it, let's just say, in two different countries. And on the map, all these maps, the city that's on the bottom is further over, let's just say, to the west or east or whatever, than the city that's above it. But when you go into UTC time, the city that's at the bottom is actually, or let's say, we're talking about, when I say top and bottom, I'm talking about a globe, if you're using a globe. Whereas in reality, that city that's at the bottom is actually further east or west or whatever than the city that's at the top. It's that perverted.
Right.
Where there's literally a city that is UTC 4, right? And another city that's UTC 3, but on the globe map, the UTC 3 city is further away from the prime meridian than the other one. Right? It's that obvious.
Right.
Now, it's trickier. It's tricky. You're keeping saying right, because you want me to shut up.
No,
I'm
I just
literally
wanted to
trying
make
to
one
give you
small
something
correction.
there.
That was all.
Go on.
Mitchell and I.
Jeez, Nathan.
He doesn't deserve it, Neil. He doesn't deserve the information.
I am listening intently, actually. I've just been sat on that gag for 2 minutes straight. I couldn't contain it. I'm really sorry.
It was irritating me too, Brian.
Me and Mitchell.
Yeah, and what Mitchell? Is this Mitch Mitchell from the Jimi Hendrix Experience?
Now, if you want to call QE a bastard for doing this, I'm all in with you.
No, but Brian, the Irish guys I knew said...
Stop. I won't let it
myself
happen.
and
Stop. Just give him some acknowledgement. Actually, thank you. I was listening intently to everything you said, and the distortions make sense. Why is the limited information? Why are you having to dig it out? Because it's a cluster, you know what, isn't it? Yeah? And no, I want to acknowledge what you've said, so you do understand that I've been sat here listening intently, despite me wanting to get a jape in. No, yeah, thank you. That's why I wanted to stop Neil, say thanks. Thank you for giving us the information. Go ahead, Neil.
Now, what to say, my Irish friends would say myself and Neil, or myself and Aiden. First time I heard them say me.
Yeah, we just don't go. See, if I was to say Mitchell and I, that sounds too much like proper British grammar. So we make there's certain things in Ireland that we'll make a point of saying wrong. So it's kind of a rebellious thing against the British kind of thing. So I'll say me and Mitchell. And I don't care whether you listen or not.
Hold on, someone just said Mitchell. Hold on, from Discord, we heard Mitchell and I would be incorrect as well.
Yeah, me and Mitchell is actually the correct way to say it.
No, it's not.
Then I'll shut up. I'm obviously wrong.
It is in Australia and it is in Ireland, so that means it is.
You've just defended it based on your bracing against the British correct way of saying it. Therefore, you would prefer to say Mitchell and me, because the British wouldn't say it that way. Therefore, the Irish will. That's what you said earlier.
And so will the Aussies.
You're talking to the Aussie? How dare you? I'm not even involved in this conversation anymore.
Yeah, we don't speak English anyway. It's all good.
He's a Kiwi anyway. How dare you? He's very offended by that.
But let's just get back to the important point. Because the thing you're not paying attention to now, you're going to go, what the hell? In probably not too far into the close future. I'm talking about major perversion going on. Santiago. Check out Santiago in relation to St. John in Canada, right? Check out Santiago in relation to that. Look at every single map you can find based off a globe and see which one of those are closer to the prime meridian.
You say based off a globe, you mean the flat maps that are globe projections, see how these work out on those flat maps that are globe projections. Is that what you're saying? So if I try it, because loads of them are, strictly speaking, globe projections. Even the azimuthal equidistant projection is a globe projection.
Yes, but that's my point. The point is that every single map has so much perversions in it because they're not adhering. The locations, the locations are not being placed in the correct UTC position, right? So even the map I used to put the correct latitude and longitude grid onto about a week or so ago, or whatever it was, a couple of weeks ago, that even has Santiago, if you look at it, further over away from the prime meridian from London than St. John. Yes, technically it's closer.
When did the prime meridian change? This is something I should know. I went over this with Martin years ago. Do you know when it changed? It used to be Jerusalem.
It was Egypt in our time, I think. But it doesn't. The prime meridian is just a meridian. You can.
I know it's arbitrary, but when was
it?
When was it established? I mean, presumably there's going to be a crossover point where that prime meridian line makes a new alteration to the already existing maps, and then there'll be adaptations from there. So presumably, if we know the date, we can look at maps prior to that when there's a different prime meridian, which there was.
I can guess that it would be after the English destroyed the Spanish Armada, somewhere around that time when they made themselves the.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant to Brian's point.
It is irrelevant. You're right.
Nathan, I'm trying my best to give you something here that is
sorry,
seriously important to the topic, and you want to talk about every other thing but that.
Because I don't know. Okay,
what am I supposed
that's
to do?
me trying to show that I'm into the conversation, but I'm completely ignorant of it, aren't I? So I'm like that kid that's going, I know something that sounds like it's about this subject. I'll throw that in so I sound intelligent, which is what I've just done. Sorry, I'm just learning this stuff because you're telling us now.
He's trying to show you, Brian, that he's engaged in your conversation, even though he might be going off on some side trails. Follow? You're still good.
Take that as my nervous ignorance coming to the forefront, but as a demonstration of my
shut
engagement.
up and let him finish his stuff.
Yeah, that's
He's
normally
trying to
what we
give
say
some
to you,
information.
Neil. Just because you're in the upper hand for once.
I don't believe anything Nathan is saying, because Nathan spent 2 minutes trying to get in there to correct me on me and Mitchell. So it should be Mitchell and I. You were so focused on that. You couldn't tell me anything I said the first 2 minutes.
Shoot!
Doesn't
He's
mean
a
I wasn't
shoot,
listening.
darn it!
I was listening intently, I promise.
He's all over this. He's all
I'm
over
not.
this.
I
Man.
don't understand it yet. No, I'm not all over it. No, I don't understand it. That's
you
why
are.
No, I'm not. I don't fully understand it yet. Brian's gone through it a couple of times with us.
Yeah, but you first uncovered this time and date horse shit. This is connected.
Doesn't mean I understand how the South works. That's what Brian's looking at, right? I know it's all messed up.
No, it's North and South is messed up. It's not just the South that's messed up. North and the South is messed up. You'll be surprised.
Okay.
But the northern projections aren't nearly as wonky as the southern ones.
No, they really pervert things in the South because there's more space to pervert things with. But the North is also messed up. This is kind of, I reckon it's going to become a presentation. Either me and Mitchell will do it together, or if he can't, doesn't have the time to, whatever it is, I'll do it. Either way, it's going to become a presentation.
Good.
Because the amount of perversion that's going on, because UTC time is the correct position of something. That's how they get the, because it's the correct longitudinal position. And even if you take, is it Nuuk, which is the Nuuk, the capital of Greenland, and where that's supposed to be in relation to St. John again, right? St. John in Canada, right? Where that's supposed to be in relation to St. John, you can only put the two of them in particular places based off of a map, right? And then if you try to even space them out where they're supposed to be due to UTC, it's even starting to become impossible. And do you know why it is? It's
Why?
because of how they have people counting the longitudes. So let's just say something is plus UTC 5, right? What people don't realize is they're not counting the 15 degrees of longitude that is, let's just say, to the west of the prime meridian. They're treating that as 0. And they're counting on from that, excuse me, which starts becoming really confusing because you're trying to place things in places that they won't fit. But then people count all the way back around and they get back to 0 and they count it then. So people end up counting the 0 anyway, because you have to, because if you don't count that, you end up with 23. You don't end up with 24 hours. But people don't count it at the start. You have to count it at the start. So I literally have to do up a chart that totally starts it all again and takes the whole 0 out of it.
Right.
Because the whole thing is screwed up. It's all screwed up on purpose.
And yet, yeah, and we have moving of the hours with daylight savings to add to the confusion, right?
Yeah, and you also have other things. You have some places, right, they don't adhere to winter or summertime. There's I think it was Casablanca. Could be wrong, but it was somewhere in Africa, like Casablanca, somewhere up North Africa, where they had daylight savings time all year, except for Ramadan, right? So I had to find that out separately on the internet, that during Ramadan, they are using the correct times, because they need to for Ramadan. I've learned a little bit about Ramadan recently from a man who's a Muslim, and about the moon and stuff and how it's connected to it. But they need to have the correct times, let's just say. So
yeah,
it's only
like
for
the
Ramadan,
Christians, like exactly the same as the Christians do with Easter.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know much about Easter. I didn't pay much
It's just
attention.
based on where the moon and stars will line up at a given particular time, so you can say which weekend it is. That's all it is for Easter.
Yeah, but I'm pointing out something with Casablanca where you wouldn't realise that like basically you wouldn't realise that Casablanca is always on daylight savings, with the exception of Ramadan, because they don't adhere to summer and winter times. They adhere to Ramadan and not Ramadan times, right? Which makes them kind of unique. Another thing, Spain, right? Spain place themselves as +1 UTC. Why did they do that when they're not +1? Because they aligned with Germany during World War II. They wanted to be in alignment with Germany, so they aligned up with Germany's time, because Germany would be +1 from Greenwich. But you think that Spain is +1 when they're not. They're in the same 15 degrees of longitude as London and Ireland and a lot of other places. There's a load of things. I mean, this is the mutations. India, don't talk to me about India. The nonsense they're after getting up to with India. They tried to give one place. Mumbai was at 6.45 UTC. It's like, what? Something like that, or 5 hours and 45 UTC. There's no such thing. You're either in 5 or you're in 6. If you know what I mean. You're not in 5:48. That's a heap of rubbish.
Yeah, if you're going to split it up into zones, then that zone represents the 15 degrees, and that's all it is within that section. When it ticks over the next bit, it's in the next zone. So you can't have, well, I'm in 3/4 of a zone. What? No, it's a time zone.
Yeah, like Riyadh. I think Riyadh is 3.5 or 4.5. It's like 4.5. That's not the time zone. The zone is 15 degrees. That's 1 hour. That's it. You're either in that one or you're not in that one. Do you know what I mean? It's that simple. If you know what I mean. Now, I understand they might say, but they don't even preface it as Riyadh is in 4 + 4, but it's actually 4:30. Not that really matters. It's in, you know what I mean? The correct time is this, but it's placed in 4. They don't even preface it like that. They just say UTC plus 4:30 or some nonsense, or 3:30. It's total nonsense. It's like, what the hell are you at? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
The
down
whole
here,
thing is
Adelaide
screwed
is
up.
30 minutes behind Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah, that nonsense, that total utter nonsense. They try and place, on the globe, they try and place 2 longitude lines through the 32nd degree south parallel in Australia, right? And they try to say that 8, 9, and 10, but that makes 3 hours when there isn't. Each time zone has 15 degrees longitude, right? So 10 until 8 is not 15, 15, 15. It's 15 and 15 making 30, not 45. They try and add in an extra hour because the correct local time in Sydney is always 2 hours, or Newcastle to be exact, if we're talking about the 32nd degree parallel, is always 2 hours ahead of Perth. It's never 3 hours. Now, with daylight savings, it can be 3, but that's only with daylight savings, that's not real. But with correct local time, it's only ever 2. That means it can be no more than 30 degrees, yet they try and add in 3. Well, a third one, they try and add in 15 more degrees across Australia that isn't there. And even though you go to time and date, they'll tell you that Sydney, for instance, is 10 o'clock, and when it's 10 o'clock in Sydney, it's 8 o'clock in Perth. But then they'll try and show you a map that's putting 45 degrees across Australia. It's like, no. The first longitude line is 10, the one in the middle is 9, and the one at the other side is 8. That's 2 hours. 15 degrees is 1 hour. So if they're adding in an extra hour in longitude that doesn't exist. That's only the tip. That's really only the tip of the iceberg. The nonsense that's going on and the perversion that's going on. It's a bit of a. It's like a big massive ball of fur or a ball of wool, and you have to pull it all apart. That's basically what it's like. Anyway, shut up now.
Could that be where they're hiding their flat Earth excess and their elevation angles in the south?
Yeah, and magnetic declination and all that stuff hides it as well.
Well, if you were to travel in a straight line to Santiago from London, technically going by what they're going on with, well, maybe not a straight line, that won't work that way, no. But technically, Santiago is closer in longitude to London than St. John. But on every map you see, Santiago is shown to be further over than St. John. So technically, South America doesn't come straight down, it comes off over towards South Africa. Technically, because that's the only way that Santiago can be an hour ahead in UTC time than an hour closer to London than St. John. St. John, I think, is 4 hours from London. I think it's 4 from London, whereas Santiago is only 3. Check that out on a map. And each one of them will have St. John technically closer to London. When it's not, it can't be. But what, you know what I mean? This is the whole point of what we're doing in Mitchell. We're trying to figure out exactly where places are for real.
And I know you've just told me, but how are you doing it? Is it just brute forcing your way through what? How do you compare it if you've not got anything to compare it to that is actually real? I don't really understand.
I've UTC time. That determines. I'm basically making a map out of UTC time. That's the whole point.
Okay. Cool. How is Mitch?
He seems in good form.
Good. He's another one that I'll send a hand wave to, and yeah.
Will you correct him on his grammar?
No.
He won't care.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, who let him in?
What's up, D Rose? I
Hey.
passed on the message.
I know you let me in, Nathan.
Well, go on then. Join and I'll let you
Hey,
in.
check it out. So I had to kind of like make a comment on the IG post. It was some crafts. What's his name? Crafts Bear or something. Got the guy that cat. Damn it, what's the name of the person?
Slice Bargain?
Well, somebody. I forgot what his name is, but Crafts Own Bear or something like that on IG. Anyway, it was about they had like 4 pictures of trying to prove that candle lights don't cast shadows on the wall. So they had like a flash, they had like a lighter, a candle, and some other devices that makes a flame with a in a dark room with a wall behind it, and you could see the hand and the person holding the device. However, the flame didn't cast a shadow. And they did this to try to prove that the SpaceX thing couldn't have taken up and casted a shadow along the earth with the flame showing
A source
a shadow.
of light doesn't cast a shadow. No, it's the source of light. What? Where's the surprise here?
Huh?
I'm confused. What's being claimed? Because a source of light doesn't cast a shadow. No, it's a source of light, isn't it?
Right. That's what the person was doing to try to give an equivalent sequitur to that's why the SpaceX flight didn't really take place, because the shadow that the supposedly SpaceX rocket that took off, the shadow casting on the ground from the reflection over the sun, it should only have been the rocket and not the flame. So that was what everybody was talking about. But the fact of the matter was that wasn't even the point. The point of the matter is no matter what takes altitude and ascends to the sky, and just to be brief and concise, that it didn't go anywhere but up a few miles, maybe 8, maybe even 10 miles above, and then it went perpendicular, went across horizontally, because it's not going to break.
It could have gone to Walmart for all I care.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But look, Adam, the point of the matter is that they're arguing over casting shadows from light, candles, and flames, equivalent to that's why the SpaceX flight was a hoax, because the rocket should not have shown its flames casting a shadow on the Earth. That's what these people are arguing about, not the fact that it didn't go to space, because space doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
How can a light cast a shadow?
Okay.
It's the opposite from shadow.
No, I get the point now. So you're saying the CGI people at SpaceX didn't know that point?
No, and they actually showed the flame coming out of the rocket as they showed the reflection shadow going across the Earth as the SpaceX ship was going.
That is funny though.
I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it in Master B. I'm gonna forward it.
It's in the chat now.
Oh, you saw it already. You got it?
Yeah, I have it.
Somebody else saw
It's been quite some time. It's not recent. It's the casting of the flame. The
Right.
flame
The
of the
shadow
rocket
cast,
is being cast a shadow from the flame into the ground as it takes off. Yeah.
Yep. All right. So I'm glad somebody else saw it. But I did. This is my first time ever seeing it.
They CGI'd in a shadow from a flame.
You're right.
That's epic.
They have to be doing that on purpose, though. How do they not know that?
Cheap labor.
Cheap labor.
Yeah, he was probably Mexican, the guy. He didn't know what they were asking him to do.
Is Mexico on the list to go to that place?
What place, Nate?
Space.
No, just saying like they probably just hired someone who was just fresh over the border or something to do it.
Yeah, but basically, I brought that up because it's not only that the CGI guys goofed up on that, but the main thing is like what Nathan was breaking down. You don't even have to get into that as far as proving that this flights are fake and the moon landing was fake, because when you actually get into the real deal of reality and physics, it didn't go anywhere. It went just like any other helicopter or a plane or any type of aircraft that can go and go up at a certain altitude and just start going across perpendicular, horizontal, wherever it got to go. Just like all rockets do that we see at takeoff.
No, they're following the curve of the Earth. Didn't you hear that video with the father and his son? The kid was like screaming something about it curving, and the father said, "It's curving because it's taking the shape of the Earth," or something like that.
Okay, so Neil, so let me ask you this.
It's going down. That one.
Hey, check it out. No, listen. If that's the case,
Yeah, that one.
If that's the case, then why take airplanes? Why don't we just get on helicopters and go up about 10,000 feet and just let the Earth keep on curving until we get to the point
No,
where we
don't
got to
do
land?
that. Don't do that. The kid pointed out the emperor's naked. The dad's scared of being laughed at, so he made up a story for the clothes. That's all that's happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was epic. Yeah, it's going down. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I'm looking at it. It's going down.
See, that's the whole thing. You can't lie to a child. In their innocence, they know the truth. That's why when you put a kid on Santa Claus's lap, they start crying.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why,
that
Neil?
was funny.
They know it's not really Santa.
No, they know that they're being deceived, and that jolly old red man is Satan. Santa Claus, Satan's cause.
Okay.
Right.
Hold up, Neil.
Anyway.
Now, Neil.
I lightened up a lot, though. I didn't want to give any credit because I broke my ass buying my kids those toys, and I got to give the credit to some fat guy in a red suit? No. They're going to know this is from mommy and daddy, and I've broken my ass to get you this.
Exactly, but I'd say it's more so what you said, but cognitively the children don't break it down like you do, but they know something is a lie for two reasons. Number one, whether they caught mommy and daddy or was taken to the store, asked what they wanted, or either saw mommy and daddy putting it under the tree, wrapping it, whatever, innately they do know that something's not right about it, especially when they realize that the guy they're sitting on his lap is at a mall, and then there's another one at the other mall, and they see there's a bunch of them running around with red suits on. So you can't convince that child that this one or that one, which one is the real one. So they I think they have a little bit of common sense, but they ride with it because it's fun. It's fun. It's like,
It's a stranger. That's all it is.
It's a stranger. Yeah, it's a
Putting a kid
stranger.
on a stranger's lap, and the kid doesn't know them, so they're
Yeah.
freaking out. They don't know anything about Santa or anything like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
They're freaked out.
They're
Like
being
I would be
force-fed.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's something the parents do that the kid doesn't recognize as being the norm, so they freak out. They don't sit on strangers' laps normally, you know?
Isn't that funny? The same parents won't let their children sit on another stranger's lap. They'll let them sit on that guy's lap because he got on a red suit and a white beard.
Strange
At least
world
the
we
Pope
live
had
in.
his own child. At least the Pope had his own child sitting in his lap, calling him Papa, Papa.
Yep. All right, back to work, back to picking up cans, QE. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later, D.
All right, later.
Video. That's funny about the candle. Or about the candle. It might as well be a candle. The flame having a shadow is like, what other rubbish. The only way for that flame to have a shadow is for the sunlight to be brighter than the flame or something. That's the only way to even see, not a shadow, but to be able to see some difference. Do you know what I mean? In the light that's casting.
It's a light on light crime.
Nice, QE, nice. That was a good one.
Wasn't that like 2016 also?
Yeah, but isn't it telling where everything is going? I said this a while ago. I said they're going to go back to all the old arguments because they got nothing. They make a phony video of how they're supposed to be comedians. This is what they got, QE. This is what you literally did to the whole debate. You crippled it to the point where they don't know what to do.
I don't think it was only me, Neil.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Well, they do know what to do. They know to stop hanging around on YouTube and go over to TikTok and start debating brand new flat earthers who are 14 and 15 years of age. That's what they know how to do.
Or CC.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
Or that guy called CC. They seem to perpetually attack him as a stereotype, like he represents flat Earth.
CC?
Yeah.
Who the hell is CC?
The guy with the floppy hair we'd covered him once when he was making a cup of tea. Remember?
I remember you talking about this guy. But he sounds to me like a baller pretending to be a flat earther who they can all attack.
I don't know what he is, but they all seem to attack him.
I think I'm remembering the guy you're talking about now. He really wasn't, like, he had no arguments, right? He didn't know anything.
Right. But that's who they pick, the low-hanging fruit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yep.
Well, what's going to happen to some of the more well-known ballers on YouTube that are going over to TikTok is some 14-year-old flat earther is going to eventually hand them their ass. And it's going to be very embarrassing. That's what's going to happen. Because, you know, young people are very fast on the uptake.
Well, if they stumble across us and they get something that they could put in their like little tool belt, yeah, then they'll hand them their ass. But if they're in a feast of nonsense, then they won't hand them nothing but another video to make.
I think Brian's right. Kids are quick on the uptake, and they'll seek out the good arguments. You know, they'll want to win. And they're not going to care about some...
Sorry, Nate.
I was just going to say they're not going to care about anti-flat earthers claiming that we are this and that as individuals. People who actually want to win will seek out the winning argument. And typically, in years gone by, it's taken a little while for people to actually pick up on the arguments. But then you see them splattered all over TikTok, as you put it. You're like, yeah.
Well, the difference will be that the younger people on TikTok won't have any connection to us. So they won't have been here and had any argument with us or been critiqued by us. They'll just be totally brand new. And they won't be over here at all. They'll be on TikTok. And these arguments that we would use will reach them. And they'll know what's winning and not winning. There's no point in talking about ether to these ballers or older ballers who are leaving YouTube and going over there. There's no point talking about that because there's not winning.
Right.
They want to win, Nathan, as you know, as you said. And what are they going to do? They're going to use the arguments that win. And eventually, one of these 14-year-olds is going to hand, in a debate, going to hand one of these seasoned ballers their ass on TikTok. It's inevitable.
Come on, guys, say something.
Shut up, Adam.
Recently, a baller asked me, if the earth is flat, then how come you can walk in a straight line and end up back to where you came? And I sent him a video from David Weiss's channel. I did look on Nathan's first, and I know Brian talked about compass a couple of days ago. I've got to dig out for that. But I couldn't find anything on the compass specifically typing in the search box on YouTube. But I showed him Dave Weiss's video because it just showed how a compass works, and that you won't go in a straight line because your compass will always be pointing north. You'll always be arcing. But I thought to myself, when has anybody ever done that? Walked in a straight line and ended up back where they started?
Well,
is that even a
how
claim?
could you walk in? Yeah, sorry. Even the way it's worded to you is completely wrong. Because if you were on a sphere, you would never walk in a straight line. You'd be taking a non-deviating curved path, not straight. The line is not straight, it's curved. So this is back to, they're trying to place their globe into reality. Like, you can't walk in a straight line and end up back where you started. That's impossible on any shape of anything. You can't do that. You go from A to wherever B is. Those two are not connected. It's a line. Those 2 points at either end of that line are never going to meet. So,
all the way around the ball to come up to the other side. Sort of like, with the telescope. If it was refraction and powerful enough, you could see your own ass. Sort of like the same thing.
It's total and utter nonsense. I mean, 2024, and that's what they're coming up with. Wow. That's pretty bad.
Pretty good, right? I'd say we're doing pretty good then, right, Bri?
I don't know, Neil. This is pretty bad. If that's the best they can come up with, well, that's as good as any other argument they've had.
Do you think it's losing its should I say, losing its steam? The whole flat earth debate in general?
It takes reprieves. I won't worry about it. It takes reprieves. People think other things are more important. That's what's wrong. COVID was a great example of that. Everyone thought COVID was suddenly the most important thing ever. It wasn't. COVID was always going to go the way it went because everyone went along with it. And it was always going to be a case of now everyone's giving out that they were hard done by or cheated. Yeah, you were, because you went along with it. So as soon as you decided to go along with it, there was no point in seeing it You know, it's like a lot of people stopped making flat Earth videos and started making videos about COVID. They're just minding their own business. You know what I mean? Why are you making videos about this thing that's only going to get you in trouble with YouTube? You know, and then you lose your channel. Loads of flat earthers lost their channels on YouTube because of that. Or for what? It wasn't the most important thing. Flat Earth was always always the most important thing. It is the most important topic ever. Because once you show the world that, if you can show someone that all of their nonsense concerning a heliocentric globe is all a farce, all a lie, then that is going to be the biggest eye-opener to anyone ever.
Yeah,
no
we
bigger
discussed
eye-opener than
this.
that.
Brian, we discussed this, you and I. Even as far as in Christianity, I think right now it's like the most important thing people should know. That they took the beginning of Genesis and made it into a sphere. And nobody's challenging it. Instead, they're all lining up with it because they think that it's been proven scientifically. That's every single pastor other than the ones that know what we know. And that's anywhere you go.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.